Okay, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone in the chamber and in other committee rooms and online. A slight hiccup at the start. Hopefully, technology will continue to work with us for the remainder of the meeting. And if there are any particular problems, we may just take a slight adjournment while we shuffle about and rearrange ourselves. So, welcome, as I say, to this is the first meeting in person we've had for quite a long time, and it's good to see people in the real world rather than online and on iPads. Of course, some of our colleagues are still doing so from out with the chamber at the moment. I'm assuming that everyone is online, hearing okay. Can maybe just somebody give an indication if are we okay online?
Yeah, all good online.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks very much for that then. Okay, then before we start the meeting proper, can I ask you to turn off your microphones and cameras? And before we begin, I'll ask Councillor Angus Morrison to lead us in a word of prayer.
Lord our God, we come before you this day anew. And as we begin the busyness of this day, Lord, what better place than to come before the Lord our God, our Creator, our Lawgiver, and our Judge. We thank you, Lord, that we have this opportunity to meet once again in person, those of us who are here, that you would be with each and every one and present and online. You know the needs of every one of us. You know our thoughts, you know our hearts, you know our actions, all things known to thee, Lord. And as we look up to thine own holy hill this day anew, Lord, we ask you for a moment before we begin this meeting that we can take away the thoughts of this world, the thoughts of this meeting, and set our thoughts and our affections on the things that are above, the things that are of real importance, Lord, that we so often forget, the things that concern our eternal destination, and the things of our soul. Teach us this day, then, to be diligent and humble in thy presence. You are an awesome God. You are our Creator. We so often look at the extrinsics of the glory of God in the creation. But we ask, Lord, that we would look at the intrinsic this day of the glory, that it would affect our souls and our hearts. O Lord, touch us this day, as we have not been touched before. Soften our hearts from the ways of the world. Soften our hearts in such a way that we can have compassion one with another. And we need compassion at times, Lord, when we know that many have gone through so much in past months and days. We are constantly reminded of the brevity of life. Even so, since we met in person here last when we saw one of our former colleagues taken away from the scene of time in such a short period of time, Lord. These are the things of real importance, Lord. These are the things that we should look to. For we do not know what a day or an hour may bring. You know situations that we are in, Lord, many in difficulty at this time. Be with each and every one, Lord. Those who mourn, comfort them, for you are the great comforter. And we ask that you would bless this council, Lord, that you would be with the chief executive, the leader, convener, all members, all directors, heads of service, and all officers. We thank you, Lord, for the diligence that they serve the community of this island. We thank you, Lord, that in challenging times, that we see fruit at times for the labour they do. Let us uphold one another then in prayer this day, Lord. Be with the chair of this committee, Lord, that all things will be done for the good, that you would go before us the rest of this day in all that we do, Lord, and that you would pardon us now freely for our many sins. Amen.
Thank you. Colleagues, a few preliminaries first, and they're not as we had the previous arrangement, so if you would pay particular attention, it's a bit like the flight attendant just announced, but there are some significant changes to the way that we operate, so if I could have your attention for that. If you're attending remotely and you're a member of the committee, please leave your camera on and your microphone off. If you're an officer, please leave both off unless you're speaking to an item or answering a question. I will call on the relevant officer to present the report. If a member or officer wishes to ask a question or raise a point, please do so in the chamber by pressing the central button on your microphone or by using raise your hand function remotely as before. The microphones in the chamber operate in a queuing system when they work. Three microphones plus a chair are live at any time, and they are indicated by the red band on the microphone. A flashing green light indicates a mic is next in line to go live, so you'll know when you're next to come on. And a solid green indicates that you are in the queue to be invited to speak. So that's a departure from norm. We'll get used to it, I'm sure. Committee members will be given priority, and I will invite each member in the queue to speak, and those with raised hand attending remotely will be similarly invited. After you have spoken, please ensure that your mic is turned off in the chamber, or lower your hand and put off your microphone if attending remotely. Those are similar to what we had before. Those who are attending remotely, please ensure your device is positioned so that the image is clear to other participants and speak clearly and concisely directly at the camera. When calling for agreement of the recommendations at each item, you may do so by voice in the chamber, and no show of hands remotely will be taken as a tacit approval of what is being put forward. In regard to declarations of interest, members are reminded of the protocol. In the chamber, you must leave the meeting and sit in the members' area, or by ending the call remotely if you are coming in online. Following consideration of the item, you will be invited back into the meeting in the chamber or by the moderator if coming in remotely. Please ensure that you're available to accept the invitation to rejoin. And finally, a reminder that the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Comhairle's website following the meeting. And these are the main preliminaries. Before we begin the meeting, I'd just like to indicate to you that the Scottish Government has announced a new tenant grant fund to support private and social rented tenants who have incurred rent arrears as a direct result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The £10 million fund will enable local authorities to respond in a discretionary and flexible way in order to assist tenants struggling with rent arrears and those who are at risk of homelessness. The grant is specifically to help repay rent arrears that have arisen due to the coronavirus pandemic between 23rd March 2020 and 9th August 2021. And it should be targeted at highly vulnerable households. The grant will be paid direct to the landlords. And I'm pleased to say that the Comhairle has been awarded £22,000 of funding in order for that support to be taking place. Before the meeting, I would also take the opportunity to congratulate Mary-Ann Graham, who will be familiar to the committee, the Housing Department Officer in the Housing Services team, for successfully completing a postgraduate diploma in housing from the University of Stirling. Mary-Ann completed the course through distance learning over the last 2 years, and Mary-Ann will now be applying for professional membership of the Chartered Institute of Housing. I'm sure the committee and all members would extend congratulations to Mary-Ann for that achievement and look forward to her gaining that membership of the Chartered Institute of Housing. I think that takes us to the main agenda, and at item 1 we have the minute of the meeting of 15th June, and it is there for noting. Oh, I beg your pardon. It is there for accuracy and for approval. Content with that in the chamber? And no indications online. Thank you for that. At 2 on the agenda, we have the usual declaration of interest. I just remind members are asked to declare any interest they have in any items of the agenda. It would be helpful if members express why they are declaring an interest in the item concerned. Members in the chamber, please do so by pressing your microphone or through Teams by utilising the raise hand function. No declarations. Yes, yeah, Convener.
Chair, thank you, Chair. In relation to the items on housing at 10 and 11, I would declare an interest, although I am a council member on HHP, and it will flow through to the strategic housing investment plan.
Thank you.
Declare that interest, although I still intend to participate in the process.
Thank you very much, Convener. Just can I ask that the declaration is repeated prior to the relevant item, just to make sure that it's noted. Is it Councillor Mackenzie? Oh, Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd also have to declare an interest in the item for the ship and the performance management as a director of South Eust Estates and a member of the Euston Borough Housing Group.
Okay, thank you very much.
For the items, because it's not a personal interest, it's more of a, I was looking for the thing in the guidance that we have for our declarations, and it's a community thing rather than a personal interest.
No,
thank you.
Yes, there's no personal interest really. Thank you very much for that, and that'll be noted. No other declarations of interest.
Councillor John Norman MacLeod.
Councillor John Norman MacLeod.
Thank you, Chair. It's items 10 and 11, the same as the convener. I'm on the HHB membership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That if at any point during the course of the meeting any member thinks that they may have an interest that they only become aware of, you're always encouraged to declare that whenever it becomes apparent. Now, the next item we had on the agenda was a presentation by Western Isles Foyer. Ms. Kat MacLeod, Foyer Manager, has given her apologies and is unable to attend today's meeting. And I think it's a matter of such interest and relevance that rather than deal with it in any other way, we're, I think, putting that back to a future meeting when we can have that presentation in person. I think it's something that we will be, we certainly do look forward to whenever that may be, and hopefully at the next meeting of the committee. At item 4 on our agenda, under Police and Fire, the Scottish Fire and Rescue Services performance against the Fire and Rescue Plan for the Western Isles. I'd like to welcome Mr. Dougie Campbell, local senior officer, to the meeting. And Mr. Campbell will speak to the report detailing the performance of Scottish Fire and Rescue Service as it impacts on the Western Isles.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the introduction there. Hopefully everybody's got a copy of the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service report. If I may, can I highlight some of the elements within the report? Under Priority 1, the COVID impact's quite clear to everybody within this quarter. The largest piece of work we've done under this priority is providing assistance, reassurance and appropriate information for the householders in relation to the new smoke detection legislation. The local community safety advocate and the crews have returned to quite close to business as usual now, and this includes carrying out home fire safety visits and fitting the new interlinked alarms in homes where the criteria is met. The Scottish Fire and Rescue Service were provided with a grant from the Scottish Government, and within that grant we're fitting detectors in houses that fit the criteria that we're working to just now, which is a guide. There's an age criteria to it of 50 years and older, but must also include if somebody's a smoker, lives alone, has mobility issues, uses medical oxygen, and if it's a partnership referral. So we're working through the process just now and assisting all the local community with an understanding of this new legislation, and quite a lot of work in this quarter has been done trying to assist our community with that. The Community Safety Advocate is also in communication currently with Care and Repair which is in the form of TIG locally here to confirm roles and responsibilities. There does seem to be some, if I can use the word, confusion nationally over the responsibilities for care and repair, but we're hoping to get that to some kind of clarity in the next month or so. Under priority 2, it's good news on the Western Isles front is with the fire safety enforcement officer side. We've now got a fire safety enforcement officer who's got a 50% commitment to training, 50% to the fire safety enforcement. He's currently underway with his training, and the pandemic again has kind of held back slightly on this. He's still getting remote assistance from the mainland, but we hope to have David in the position that he's fully fledged and carrying the visits by himself in the next 4 to 5 months. We're also advertising or have advertised for 2 further fire safety enforcement officers in Western Isles and Shetland. Delighted to say we have had applicants for that, and the process is still running. These successful applicants who will add to the fire safety enforcement availability on the Western Isles should be in place by December. They'll undergo training then, and hopefully we can bring them online somewhere about spring. We've also still receiving fantastic support on the fire safety enforcement side from Aberdeen and the Perth and Dundee areas, which is great to show that we've still got that tie in there. If you refer to the non-domestic fires in table 2, we'll notice we have had a slight increase within that, where we have had 6 fires. Quite glad to state that most of these fires have been small, isolated to the original item, with just one being a barn fire, which was 100% consumed. So other than that, it was all relatively small fires. Under priority 3, if you refer to the table on availability, the obvious sort of section that jumps out was Benbecula, and at last scrutiny I highlighted that I was looking to do a recruitment drive in that area. So again, delighted to say that last week Scottish Fire and Rescue Service carried out a large recruitment drive in Benbecula, North and South Uist, and within that we basically had advertised on BBC Local Radio, BBC Alaba. We had the local paper do a release prior to, and hopefully they're going to do a follow-up piece. Social media was absolutely flooded with the fact that we're pushing this process, and there's also a visual impact which was picked up in a lot of the social media, the fact that people were noting there was quite a lot of fire vehicles moving about, and this is providing reassurance as well. We also got assistance from the mainland, for a community safety advocate came over and assisted us with this process. Absolutely delighted to say currently we have 11 candidates now for Benbecula confirmed on the spreadsheet that we hold, with 5 further potential candidates for Benbecula. We've also got 2 currently for Bay Head, 2 for Lochmaddy, and 3 for Lochboysdale. So given the process is in place, we hope to have more firefighters in place for the end of January for next year, which will increase that availability and improve our resilience in Benbecula and also North and South Uist. A lot of work, but hopefully it's demonstrated that it's been effective, the process we went through. And finally, for me, under priority 4, it's a national process, but it has got an impact locally on UFAS. So that's our unwanted fire alarm signal consultation that's out just now. And basically what that's looking at is reducing unwanted automatic fire alarms in the workplace, and also offering alternative effective response from Scottish Fire and Rescue Service. The impact of UFAS is quite vast on the service. So nationally, we talk about 57,000 blue light journeys, which have got firefighter risk to them due to road traffic collisions, etc. And on the Outer Hebrides, we look at between 40 and 50 a year as our average for UFAS incidents, which is it's quite marked when you look against the stats for our total turnouts. Nationally, again, we're talking about 575 tonnes of carbon emissions from these blue light journeys alone. And if we can reduce these, we're looking at reducing increasing firefighter safety with the less blue light journeys, reducing lost time to primary employment, which is really key in the remote context that we work in, where we've got retained firefighters. We're looking at more time spent training, more time spent on community safety, which will obviously have a knock-on effect of improving that community safety. There is options available under the consultation, and I would ask members to have a look at the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service website, where you'll be directed to the consultation. It closes the 11th of next month, and there's an option online there to take part in the consultation, where there's 5 options available to select which the members would think would be the best option, stakeholders, etc., for us going forward with UFAS. They're very different, the 5 options. Basically, where we are just now is option 1 is to do nothing, so it's the status quo, exactly remain as we are. Option 2 is what we call our COVID response. So we had a restricted response through COVID, where we only mobilised 1 appliance to UFA or to automatic fire alarms. And option 3, which is call challenging, and that we challenge every call that comes in under automatic fire alarms, with exception of sleeping risks, and there's criteria within that. Option 4 again is call challenging, that we wouldn't actually that we have got no exceptions within call 4, so there's no sleeping risk change. And call 5 is complete non-attendance for Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, unless this is backed up 999 call. So there is a local impact on this as far as how we go forward, and I would really ask that people, if they get a chance to go on, have a look at Scottish Fire and Rescue Service website prior to the 11th of October and take part in the consultation if at all possible. And that's me covered the elements I would like to from the report, but more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much indeed for that report, and it's certainly reassuring to hear that the response to the recruitment has been so positive. I think we'll all appreciate over the past 18 months, social media has a huge role to play. It can be sometimes a double-edged sword, but certainly getting the message out to the public in the best way, social media has been particularly effective. Yes, and I think echo just your comments here on the consultation exercise that's ongoing, and encourage members to participate in that as well. Comments or questions? Keith,
thanks, Chair. I would like to just thank you for that information. The only problem that I feel is that with the new alarms that are coming into play next February, I was just wondering, and a lot of people in our community don't understand whether they're going to meet the criteria that the government is hoping to lay down eventually. And a lot of elderly people are a bit worried about it, because it's not a cheap option to have these detectors put in. I'm just wondering if the government should have brought this out a bit earlier, if these people are going to meet the criteria. It's just a worrying thing for the elderly people in our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dodson. I think we had a report some months ago on the changes, and perhaps it might be a good idea if Mr. McKeever's staff and maybe in building control or wherever, if they were to even circulate just a reminder of the implications that are coming up very soon on detectors in homes, just that we're just refreshed as to what the requirements are on that.
Happy to arrange that, Chair.
Thank you very much. John Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. John Mitchell, Harrison, South Lochs. First of all, thanks, Mr. Campbell, for the report. I just want to talk for a little moment on moor burns, because I'm not absolutely sure how much it affected Lewis and or the Southern Isles, but Harris was particularly affected by the wanton fire raising, obviously accidentally, from a number of the grazing committees within Harris. And following on that, and that happened in 2 successive years. Following on that, I contacted the police, the various organisations, police, fire service, and the Crofting Commission. And I'd just like to pay my own formal tribute to Mr. Campbell, because he wrote to me, I think, just over a week ago, to tell me that he's addressing the issue with some action, a 2-pronged action actually. One is to look at an enhanced response to these wildfires, but more importantly, from my point of view, an increased level of education, a strategy on education and information. And I think I did respond to you, Mr. Campbell, but I would reiterate the response to say that if and when the report does become available, can you ensure that that is communicated out to all the clerks of the grazings committees? Because I think they're the first point of contact, if you like. It was encouraging too that the Chief Inspector reported to me that there were 4 referrals to the Procurator Fiscal. I mean, in one particular example, there was a very, very dangerous situation that could have affected life and property in that order. And I think this is a very important issue. Maybe I missed it in your report, Mr. Campbell, but I didn't actually see a direct reference to Moor Burns. But I know it's, I think, fairly high up your agenda. And as I say, paying tribute to the fact that the action seems to be ongoing. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mitchell. Of course, Muirburn is a recognised method of land management if it's controlled, and sometimes an intended controlled measure can quickly get out of control. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you from the words from the councillor there. Yes, it is a strategy that we're looking at locally just now between myself and the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, Police Scotland, and using the Prevention and Protection Department in Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, because currently we are looking at a national strategy for both our approach and response to Moor Burns. And as we touched on, I think the education side is very, very important locally. We're currently building a list of all the partners that we need to speak to and engage with for that education. So that my hope is that we don't get to the point of police involvement, that we can actually educate prior to that. But if it comes to Police Scotland are on board with exactly what we're doing, and are a key factor in how we progress forward.
Thank you very much for that. Convener.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Mr. Campbell for his presentation. I think we should applaud the success of the recruitment drive in the US. I think that makes a big difference for the community and also for those who have put their names forward for becoming retained duty firefighters. And I do think that out with the Stornoway station, there are still challenges with recruitment in rural areas, and I'd just like to ask Mr. Campbell whether we can run a similar process in Lewis and Harris in terms of getting more retained firefighters.
Mr. Campbell,
I should declare an interest as being a retained.
I think we're familiar with your interest, Convener, and thank you for that ongoing commitment you have yourself as well. Mr. Campbell.
Yes, thanks to the convener for the question, and it was actually a conversation we also had last night at a station visit last night to Uig station. So very interesting conversations around recruitment. Yeah, again, I'm looking at a strategy for Lewis and Harris. We've still got stations that we are short of retained firefighters, and indeed every station apart from Stornoway currently have got numbers short. So it is a strategy I'm building on. Looking at the numbers, I think South Lochs may well be my next target area. I also plan just to do a very similar blanket leaflet drop to every household in Lewis and Harris, explaining not only the recruitment side, but the same as we did in the South Isles. I think it's a correct terminology. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it was a leaflet that we distributed that was two-sided. So one side covered recruitment, the other side covered loosely covered the new legislation on smoke detection. And just to kind of highlight a point from previously, I've approached our Prevention Protection Department for a media release that I can put out in the local, between social media and local press here, to hopefully increase people's awareness of the legislation and the restrictions within it about how or the properties that we would fit detection within. So hopefully it's be a two-pronged attack, for want of a better expression.
Thank you very much for that, and I hope that is equally successful when you do launch that up here. I'm seeing Marishina, you have a hand raised. I don't know if you're waving at us or are you coming in? Marishina, hello? No. No, I think it was just a hand that may have gone inadvertent. Yeah. Okay then. thank you all for your comments and contribution. The report is there for noting. Agreed to note. Thank you. We now move on to performance monitoring, performance management 2021 and 22, and this is Q1. The report by the Director of Communities. The report is for noting and provides an overview of the Communities Directive Business Plan progress and related performance for Q1. The business performance of the relevant committees in relation to consumer and environmental services as at section 6.1 to 6.7, and the housing services is at section 6.8 to 6.12 of the report. Director will speak to the report.
Thank you, Chairman. As you indicated, this is a Q1 report, so therefore a shorter summarised report. Just started on the new business plan for this year, and at that Q1 stage, all the business plan areas are to target. Our services continue to be impacted by the COVID pandemic, but you'll note at 6.5 in regard to consumer and environmental services, that the food law inspection programme is due to formally restart in September, which suggests that services are beginning to come back to closer to normality. Under the housing section, key area prioritisation remains the affordable housing programme, and outlined there is progress with 161 units completed to date under the present programme, 126 units presently on site, and another 92 units presently in assessment or planning. Since the committee last met, you will be aware that we have received resource planning assumption for the next 5 years from the Scottish Government of £43 million. That is a significant sum of money that hopefully we will be able to utilise in full over the next period. We have been engaging with our main delivery partner, Hebridean Housing Partnership, and we have been engaging with the contracting sector to understand what their appetite is in regard to the programme. We have also, the Council Leader has also written to the Housing Minister just to have an exploration around flexibilities and innovation in that new programme, and we have been revising and updating some innovative schemes that we were developing in the previous programme. So we're still to hear from the Scottish Government, but we would hope to have that engagement with them over the next number of weeks, hopefully. Risk management is outlined at 8.1. The key level of risk and the growing level of risk at the moment is to the housing programme and indeed to other capital projects around cost and supply chain volatilities. As we know, we have seen costs and supply chain shortages begin to appear over the last period, and we will have to explore what that means both for the housing programme and for other programmes going forward. Financial performance is at 9.1 with no concerns at the end of Q1. Happy to conclude there, Chair, but happy to take any questions as well.
Thank you very much, Mr McKeever. Councillor Murray. Yeah.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Calmian, Director. I was just going to ask what types of flexibilities or innovation are being discussed? I know it's early days yet, but to be presented at some point in housing. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. Some of the measures were discussed at the MOG, and a number have been discussed in various forums before now, but I'll ask the Director to come in and maybe add some detail to that.
There's a range of different potential innovations out there, so the criticality for us at the moment is finding out what the government's appetite is for allowing us to use these funds in innovative ways. So as examples, like I mentioned, we have in the past designed a revolving loan type fund to help young people and young families get into housing. We see opportunities for more developer-led projects. We see opportunities to to do ribbon type development, where developments are already happening to service plots along these ribbons. So there's a range of different potentialities out there. Happy to recirculate the MOUG report that spoke and outlined some of these potentials. And I think some of these potentials are also outlined in the Strategic Housing Investment Programme Plan report that we have later in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Director. As you say, some of these issues may come up at a later point. I don't know, Councillor MacLeod, is it?
Thank you, Chair. Just a point on the MOUG and the circulation of minutes, etc. Is there any reason why this committee, the whole committee, doesn't see the minutes of these MOUGs? Because we don't at the moment, anyway.
Mr. Mackay?
The MOUG minutes wouldn't ordinarily come to the committee, but any report coming out of the MOUG would be reported back. The MOUGs aren't decision-making bodies, but the minutes are available on SharePoint for all members to view. And if any member wishes to see MOUG minutes, just get in touch with the Democratic Services team. As a matter of course, in terms of MOUGs, they don't have decision-making bodies, so any discussions through the MOUG will eventually get reported back to the main service committee in the form of a report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Happy with, as Mr. Mackay was saying, it's at the early stage of policy development where discussions can take place, but of course no decisions can be made within these forums, and anything requiring decision would automatically come up to the committee for full discussion and consideration. I'm seeing your light is coming in, but it's a second attempt. Can I maybe just come back to you later then, if that's the case, since these microphones are. Is it Councillor McKenzie, then Councillor Morrison?
Thank you, Chairman. Ray McKenzie, Stornoway South. Yeah, I just think at this point, since it's the first time we've been back in the chamber, to welcome the £43 million that the Scottish Government have provided. I mean, at the last for the last 5-year period, the 25 million, I think it was considered, a fantastic amount of money. And I think now that we've got this 43 million, it gives great potential of what we can do. We'll all be very interested to hear what the leader's reply that he gets from the Scottish Government as to the flexibility, which could open up considerable channels for us to make use of the money.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKenzie. As members will probably know, we are constrained very much by having only one registered social landlord in our area, and most of the initiatives that government enable us to support are required to be channeled through these through the RSL, and having only one. And the issue is they have a limited capacity to deliver on maybe a wider front that we would wish them to. So that's really why part of the reason the leader has written is to try and get some greater flexibility, as Mr. McKeever has outlined, and that'll be just reminded and circulated to members at a later date. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, given that it's a Q1 report and it's a bit dated now, I'd just like to ask about risk management at 8.1 on the projects that are currently ongoing in the programme. Do we have any update on any delay or any additional costs, given that we moved on from Q1 now?
What we are seeing, Chair, is tender returns and costs coming in significantly higher. The construction sector is reporting shortages of materials, so the risk remains the same. So we're monitoring that risk as we're going forward. We're not seeing, given some of that volatility in supply chain and materials, we're not seeing that risk diminishing. So we're just going to have to monitor what the impact on the programme is liable to be. We'll report back at each committee where we think that risk and level of risk is. And by the time the next committee comes around, I think we'll be in a better position to fully understand what the actual impacts are going to be.
Thank you very much, Director. I've got Finlay Stewart, and then I think online we've got Charlie Nicholson thereafter. So, Councillor Stewart first.
Thanks, Chair. I'd just like to ask the Director, when we're talking about innovative ideas, it's just something I saw in a news item, and I'm wondering if we could perhaps consider this kind of idea for young families who are, first-time buyers, receive a grant to build detached houses, but with a stipulation, and a clause in the grant that they cannot sell these houses for a certain amount of time. Given the fact that we're seeing house prices escalating daily on the islands, and young families are finding it very difficult to purchase properties. Would this be something that we could maybe look at?
Thank you very much, Councillor Stewart. And I think that's one of the very items that we are wanting to take forward and have asked for some flexibility on. Currently, the shared equity housing has to be channeled through HHP, and that is a constraining factor in providing more houses. But that is one of the things that will be reported back on. Director, you want to?
That's correct, Chair. What Mr Stewart has described is broadly similar to a scheme we designed in the previous programme and looked for flexibility around in the previous programme. At that time, the Scottish Government didn't feel they were in a position to allow us, and they rejected the project we put forward. So we're in the process at the moment of redesigning that scheme to bring it up to date to the present financial situation. And it is one of the ideas that we do want to present to Government, again, as part of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Director. Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor MacLean.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director, for the very good report that's before us. I just want to kind of note a couple of points and support Councillor Mackenzie in regards to the money being made available by Scottish Government to the islands. It's wonderful news for the islands, and we'll take it forward. The point I want to make, Chair, is kind of 6.8, 6.9 within the report and that, and the figures that are there. And I'll bring it up later on under the agenda thing, but since it is in the performance management and that, and we have an equation for rural and urban building, we've got the aspect here in the report before us of 89 houses rurally and 180 round Stornoway. We haven't really over the last number of years hit the figure of 55% for the rural areas as such, and I'll bring it up later on the agenda. Just a point of information from the report before us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. I don't know if we want to comment at this stage, or as you say, it's coming up under the item on the ship later in the agenda. Do you want to comment just now, or just will we take that?
Happy to leave it to the ship agenda item, Chair.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, okay. Councillor MacLean.
Yes, Chair, thanks for... can I draw attention to 6.12? I don't know if it's appropriate to bring up 6.12 is the bullet point fuel poverty. We're returning to the HEAPS programme that's ongoing. Just a comment on there seems to be a drive by government and possibly by authorities to install air source heating into homes. And it seems to be the only alternative, or the alternative, that we can to fossil fuels at the moment that's eco-friendly. Has there been an analysis on the costs of this? Because I've had conflicting reports from residents and homes to say that the costs of these are actually far higher than they were in the original heating system. For instance, the costs are in installation for a start, in maintenance, and actual running costs. I don't know if any other councillors have had this problem, but I've had that for a number of from constituents, and actually some constituents have actually stopped taking in air source heating because of the unreliability of it and of the costs in particular in maintaining it and running it. Has there, because fuel poverty we've got a problem with fuel poverty in our islands. And if this is a means of rather than exacerbating this problem, then we should be looking at some alternatives or other. Has an analysis, ask Mr. McKeever if there has an analysis been made on the actual maintenance running costs, the installation of air source heating? I'm not putting this as a criticism to the council. I'm putting this maybe as a criticism to the government pushing this forward without costs being analysed.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLean. I think you may be referring also to reports in the press some weeks ago where the arrangement between parties in Scottish Government suggests that there may be a ban on oil heating and such systems in the future. There's been, to the best of my knowledge, been nothing confirmed at all along these lines, but it certainly would be worrying were that to be the case, where so many people in our communities do not have access to piped gas to their homes and such luxuries as some other areas have. So the rising fuel cost itself and fuel poverty is going to be up on the agenda, I'm quite certain, with the very recent announcements on the prices of all types of fuel increasing, certainly in the medium to short term. Director, I don't know if you want to make any comment at this stage.
Just as broad observations, I think it is right to say that renewable or fossil-free solutions are more expensive than oil or gas-fired solutions. However, the cost differential has closed quite significantly over the past years. And I think it's also true when air-sourced heat pumps and ground-sourced heat pumps were first introduced. The first tranche or the first rollout of these systems weren't as efficient as the more modern ground-sourced heat pumps or air-sourced heat pumps. So the new modern heat pumps are significantly better than the original ones that were rolled out, and the cost differential has closed. I don't have any detailed analysis of the differences at the moment, but happy to try and do a bit of work on that and report that back to the committee or circulate electronically to the committee. As the chair has also said, in the new deal between Scottish National Party and the Green Party, there is an agreement to not provide support for oil or gas-fired boilers in the future, which means solely support for air heat source, ground-sourced heat pumps. So at the moment, we're trying to find out, what the impact of that will be, and certainly we know some of the fuel poverty and poverty groups are reporting quite a bit of concern around that. So at the moment, we're doing a wee bit of work just to fully understand what the impact of that is going to be in the community.
Thank you very much, Director. I think it is a matter of such importance that maybe a report to the next series of, if there is better understanding of the implications, that would be brought to the committee or even earlier. I'm seeing Councillor John Norman MacLeod, Councillor Murray, and then the convener. So, Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Chair. Just like to follow on a wee bit of what Colin McLean said there. Yes, I've heard of people complaining about the price of air source heating. By all means, it is very expensive. The other thing I just want to mention, I mean, when I hear fuel poverty up in the Western Isles, I mean, I think back, well, I wasn't alive, but around the 60s and that, I mean, there was no such thing as fuel poverty. It was 0%. Now we're up at a percentage. I just feel as if we've let go, the poorer people who can't afford to heat their homes. Years ago, they could do that. I know it was in black houses and all that, but it still happened. So maybe we've just forgotten a wee bit about them. I know I'm all for green energy and renewables, don't get me wrong, but maybe there should have been the opportunity there if people wanted to go out and find fossil fuels to heat their home, then it should have been there. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your observations, Councillor MacLeod. Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I was listening with interest to what Councillor McLean was saying, and in my own personal experience, having air source heating previously, I found the bills were very, very good. They were excellent, actually very low. So I don't know if it's maybe the type of housing that's the heating systems put in, but I'm very concerned that there are people who have, the bills are too high in terms of this air source, and I'd welcome this report. And I would say to the director, maybe HHP has this information to hand, that maybe if the director was to ask HHP, they'd be able to assist. Welcome the report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Murray. Of course, HHP, I think, routinely now install air source into all the new housing that's been constructed over the past couple of years. So they will have data on it. But I think it's also true to say that earlier air source installations were problematic and had some significant cost implications, unexpected cost implications. Many of these issues, I think, have been resolved and have been sorted out, but it will be good to get an updated report on the implications. I'm sure the committee would welcome that. And fuel poverty is something that is very real, and it's not something that we can shun away from. And all indications are that fuel poverty is going to get worse. So certainly welcome a report on the implications and perhaps strategies to tackle that. Councillor John Mitchell.
Yes, John Mitchell, Harrison, South Lochs. Yeah, I think Councillor McLean's made a very, very good point, actually, and I think that our report should be in front of us to compare and contrast. If I could just fling it again, a bit like Councillor Murray, a personal viewpoint. I mean, we changed from fossil fuels in the last 2 or 3 years to air source heat pump. Now, obviously, it's a different situation in my own situation, owner-occupier. And there are very generous grants available, the Renewable Heat Incentive Grants, RHI grants, which are between £20 to £30 a week grant. Now, my question, allied to the need for perhaps some sort of report on it, is I would expect that the Housing Association would be able to access grants in a similar way. And how much is that coming down to the people on the ground that are, in many cases, suffering fuel poverty? I mean, green energy is going to be more expensive. There's no question about that. I mean, these air source heat pumps are, what, 8 to 10 kilowatt to fire. That's not cheap thing to install or in fact, to run. But as I say, my question would be, not only look at the report, but look to see if there are significant grants given to associations as well as individuals, and how has that been passed down the chain? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Apologies, convener. I missed you there when I was going through the list.
That's okay. Thank you, Chair. I'll start off by sorry. No, just kidding. I'll start off by responding to the point Councillor Mackenzie made about the 44 million pound for housing over the next 5 years, and that is, of course, something to be greatly welcomed. The challenge is to be able to build the houses that will use up that 44 million pound. There is a slight discrepancy as well. You know, the 43 million pounds is over 5 years. The 25 million pounds was across 3 years, and there is only about 300,000 in difference between them. But we can't be churlish about that, because we've got what appears to be a solid guarantee that 43 million pounds will be expended on housing over the next 5 years, and that's the thing that we should be welcoming. But we also need to make sure that we can deliver on that, because the worst thing we can do is only spend half that money over 5 years. And I do think we need to put a concerted effort into that. I've got a slight moment of deja vu as well with Mr. Stewart in terms of trying innovative means to provide housing for young people in particular. And I presented a paper when I was in your position to both the Council and the Scottish Government, and it was about giving a significant sum of money to young people who then used their ability to put money back into the fund over a period of 15 years. And once they got 15 years worth out of that house, they would be given full title to these people who had these houses. And if young people have stayed in a community for 15 years, it's not about locking them in, but it is about them having to make a decision then as to whether they carry on living in that house or whether they could sell it and move elsewhere. But the reality is, over that 15-year period, it would make a huge difference to the young people in our communities being able to afford a house that they can live with over that kind of period. So I do think, and I know that the director is working on that, I do think that there is something to be gained there significantly, but we need to take it seriously for the government to take us seriously. And in reality, the reason the then housing minister pulled the plug on that was that he was not happy to use affordable social housing funding for what was effectively going to become private housing, and that was a stumbling block in terms of doing that. And I do hope that the current minister that is engaging with us at different levels, I do hope that the housing minister will recognise that there is a huge bonus to be got from something that is more flexible and more affordable for young people. Because if we don't, then we're going to still see our young people draining away out of the islands into other communities where it may cost them more, but they may earn a lot more as well in terms of whatever profession or job they want to take forward. I do think this is probably one of the most serious things in terms of that level of expenditure, that we make sure that we get it right for people right across the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Convener. And you're quite right, that model was raised by you quite some time ago. I just hope that it'll be received favourably. And as members know, the resource planning assumption is not a wad of cash that we're guaranteed to get over the 5 years. It's ability to draw that down within the terms of the scheme that government gives us. And that's why we need that greater flexibility in order to develop schemes such as the convener indicated there. Fiona, I'm seeing your hand up there. Is somebody in committee room 1 wishing to come in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's Councillor Ian McNeill for giving me an opportunity to speak. I warmly welcome the 43 million like everybody else, and it's good. And as Chair of the Houston Borough Housing Group, we look forward to engaging with that. And like the convener, we've got similar ideas based on the old rural housing ownership grant. But we would also like the funding for land banking, which hasn't been evident and used in the past. And we had a meeting with Comhairle and Yen Watson recently that affected. As regards air source heat pumps and ground source heat pumps, these are all very good if they're followed up with insulation and windows grants, because having drafty houses definitely doesn't work for either of these. But there's also another heating system that's been used, and from speaking to the citizens' advice, is infrared heating, which has been a total disaster. Does anybody know what's going to be done to address these problems? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor McNeill. Yeah, I'm quite certain that we will be engaging more with communities to try and identify land. We have had a number of initiatives in the past and have followed them up. So any new land or areas that have got the potential for build, I'm sure they will be followed up with a preliminary survey as soon as we're able to do that. don't think there's anybody else waiting to come in just now. So the report there is the performance report. Of course, there will be other opportunities to come in on the SHIP report later on. So that report is performance report. For Committee Roman, you want to come back in again?
Yes, yes, Chair. I would also like to note that the Houston Borough Housing Group, the development manager post will be filled in the next couple of weeks with the man that's got the job taking up the appointment then, and we looking forward to get involved with various works going forward. So we would very much like to be kept in the loop with what's going on, instead of being feeling a wee bit left out like we are at the moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear that post is being recruited and being filled, and I'm sure officers within the housing team will be liaising and interacting with that officer once they're in place. So the report is there for noting. Noted. Thank you. Item 6 on our agenda, it's the other performance management report, report by the Head of Economic Development and Planning. The report is for noting, provides an overview of the Communities Department business plan process and performance related to Q1 as before. The business performance of relevance to this committee is in relation to the library service and is at section 6.1 of the report. Mr. McPhee will speak to the report and answer any questions. Just before he does, just to remind members that we have a situation now where the library services has integrated into the education and children's services for functional purposes. And I think in terms of the arrangements for committee, I think that is likely to come forward in the near future, that maybe Mr. Mackay would like to just...
Yes, with the reporting lines at officer level now with education departments, I'll put a report up to audit and scrutiny seeking formal change in the reporting functions to the education committee, because it will obviously align with these services. It's in front of members for this series because this is the first quarter reporting when it was still under the remit of Communities and Housing Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. Mr. McPhee.
Yes, good morning, Chair. Thank you. All branches of the library are open, though on reduced hours. So they continue to offer physical services as well as online and digital services. Very actively involved in a number of projects, including the Climate Beacons as part of a partnership project, one of 7 in Scotland, and also involved, as you can see from the report, in a digitisation project. So as a Q1 report, as has been noted, all activities are on track. In terms of financial performances, services are expected to outturn to budget. You indicated, Chair, the transfer to education, and all that's left for me really is to thank Kathleen, Will and staff for all their hard work and dedication in my time in overseeing them, I think, and in reporting to this committee. So happy to take any questions, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. McPhee. And can I just echo your comments there? Kathleen Millen has done tireless work over a number of years keeping that service running, and there were some very difficult conditions and staff shortages, and really can only commend her highly for the work and effort she's put in. She's been working at all levels and all hours in order to support and underpin that service. So we certainly hope that, and the expectation is that with the greater synergy between services in education and children's services, that there will be a brighter future and a positive future for the library service, with the better opportunities for integration within that department. So thank you very much for that, Mr. McPhee. Any comments? The report is there for noting. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yes, Chairman, just I did notice that the shortage of staff. I mean, we've known about that problem for some time. But the other point about the ventilation in the building in Stornoway Library is, I mean, that's obviously an ongoing thing, but, you know, is it likely to be resolved soon? Thank you.
Mr. McPhee, do you want to answer that? If you're able.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. There have been some improvements to the ventilation system. We're currently monitoring it and hoping to see some of those improvements sort of being recorded on the monitoring system we have. So certainly being addressed, and it was an important part of our risk assessment prior to public opening. And of course, prior to staff coming back into the building. So certainly being addressed, and you know, we will follow up with more information on the Q2 report.
Thank you very much, Mr. McPhee. I'm sure if Councillor Mackenzie wishes to get up-to-date information, Mr. Cal Mackenzie may well be able to provide an up-to-date position statement for him. So the report. Have you got apologies? The lighting and visibility of these red lights is a bit challenging at the moment. So, Councillor Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just noticed that. Well, I noticed that there's a report outstanding on the future of the library service. Will that be taken forward by the Education Department, or will it still be taken forward by Mr. McPhee?
I think it would make sense, since this is a retrospective report. In many ways, we're looking back at the first quarter, and I think now that it has integrated into that new department, albeit it's still a legacy in this committee until such time as the arrangements are formalised, it would make sense for it to go to that committee. I don't see it would be any point in coming to this committee. Okay, the report is there for noting. Happy with that. No one else wanting in. Thank you very much for that. Now we come to the performance management Q1 for health and social care. The report is for noting and provides an overview of the health and social care system and related Comhairle services for Q1. Mr. Nick Fairs will speak to the report and answer questions. Mr. Fairs.
Thank you for the introduction. So I'll draw your attention to various sections of the report, and then happy to take questions at the close. So in the first instance, I draw kind of colleagues' attention to kind of section 5, which is with regards to the national kind of consultation around national kind of care service. I note that there's a meeting that the Chief Executive will host on the 23rd of kind of this month. So just wanted to draw members' attention to that, because it relates to the future of health and social care partnerships, not only kind of here in the Western Isles, but more widely across Scotland. But I'll leave the conversation for that to the session that the Chief Executive will host later on this week. If I move colleagues on to section 6 around performance, the elements that I'd like to raise here sit very much around wider kind of health and levels of kind of unmet need across our kind of communities. So you'll note, particularly in the dashboard at the close of the report, around a growth in A&E attendances. And the reason that I reference that in this conversation this morning is that it's an indicator of, if you like, if I said a worsening kind of position in terms of overall health across our communities, and how that then translates into an increase in need, particularly in adult sort of social care. And we're seeing that both in terms of care homes, but specifically in our kind of care at home, so and our start and reablement kind of services. And to give an indication kind of around that, at the time that I wrote this kind of report in sort of 6.5, I gave an indication of waiting list size and unmet need. If I bring colleagues from me up to date in terms of that position with an indicator, so we're now reporting on a weekly basis back to SG, to Scottish Government, around unmet need across our communities. When the return was first kind of delivered to SG on the 12th of August, we had a total of 408 hours of unmet need on a weekly kind of basis across our islands. The most recent return at the close of kind of last week we've seen that grow to 530 hours of unmet need. And I recognise that information is not in this report, because at the time I wrote the report, we weren't providing those returns to SG. And if I think about what sort of sits behind that and the drivers, but also I know that kind of colleagues will be looking at kind of solutions from the kind of partnership as we go forwards. So there are a number of kind of drivers that sit behind that. I think one of those is around the impact of kind of COVID, and particularly the isolation elements of COVID across our communities. And that's giving rise, I think, to a deterioration in terms of that overall kind of health position, and then the increasing kind of demand. Within our own kind of services, the challenges particularly that sit in front of us are around recruitment, so significant kind of vacancy gap, but also a level of kind of sickness across the services, and that's most kind of amplified across adult social care. So I'm taking to the IGB the next kind of series, so within this month, some options to kind of consider around addressing that level of kind of risk within our health and social care partnership. An aspect of kind of that, which I'll draw kind of colleagues' attention to, sits in section 8 around kind of financial performance, and possibly not for a substantive debate kind of now, but I do want to kind of recognise that the funding position, and as a previous colleague has described it, as around kind of flat cash. So if you look at that in terms of an overall funding into the health and social care partnership, it's a deficit position of circa kind of 12%, which this year we're able to kind of to meet in terms of reserves. But on our year-on-year kind of basis, if we look back over the last 4 years, we're seeing a deficit position of 2 million. So something for I guess for us as a partnership to consider is that level of kind of funding going forwards, and particularly in light of an increasing level of demand, which we anticipate will only continue to kind of rise in terms of the aging kind of profile of our population. It's something I think we should give some thought to as we go forwards. If I move on to kind of to look at workforce, so when I was talking about drivers and kind of risk, you'll see in kind of 9.1 a risk profile across health and social care. And I imagine the one that stands out most to kind of colleagues would be around kind of vacancies in the first column, but then in the second column around age. The reason that we've indicated age in there is around kind of retirement. And you'll note in my kind of comments in underneath that kind of the table there, the risk that we're looking at kind of going forwards. And I note from listening to the conversation kind of earlier, particularly around kind of housing, I see that as pivotal for us in terms of how we seek to both attract but also retain kind of families across the islands, because that will be really important for us in terms of our ability to develop a workforce to meet the needs that I've described kind of going forwards. So beyond those as headlines from me, and the proposals that I'll take forwards to the integrated kind of joint board next week, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fears. As you say, it's a concerning report in many ways, where we're effectively using, or the IGB is using the rainy day money that's been set aside to underpin basic recurring costs year on year, and have yet to find that a medium where there's a budget that adequately meets the requirements of the service. Certainly a worrying amount, and I think the 12% deficit is a substantial gap to close, and particularly if taken in the context of a significant number of staff vacancies where that money is not being paid out because they're not in post. Were we to be able to recruit more, then we would be in a worse position. So the challenge is actually a lot worse in many ways than the headline figures would suggest, were we to get back onto an even keel. So I'm sure members will be concerned at the report, and the RAG table showing so much red is also, I think, of great concern, really. But these are matters for the IGB to deal with at an operational level. But it's quite right and appropriate that members see the performance, and if they wish to make comment on it. So thank you for that. Any member wishing to come in? I see Councillor Stewart and Councillor Morrison. Take Councillor Morrison first, if I may.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, just for this committee's, we met as an IGB audit about 10 days ago, and a lot of what Mr. Fair has said was brought around the table. The audit committee has expressed grave concerns, basically, about some of the issues which you've identified yourself, Chair, earlier on. And I know Mr. Fair is bringing a report to the IGB, full IGB next week. My concern today for this committee, other than the financial side, and you know, we've got high risk levels here, is care at home. And care at home is, as I think we discussed, pretty near a cliff edge. I think that was the words that were used, Mr. Fair, at the IGB audit. We're not able to recruit staff. We're not able to get people out of hospital to get the care that they should be getting at home. So we've got a bottleneck of probably bed blocking in the hospital because we can't get people home, and people that do want to get home can't get home for obvious reasons. There's no carers there to do something. We've got agency staff in some areas, which is costing a lot more money than ordinary staff. But the sickness, absence of staff was another major concern, and I know Mr. Fair is looking into that. So it was just really to bring to this committee's attention some of the concerns that we did have from the IGB audit 10 days ago. And I'm hoping that we give this time an appropriate place at the IGB next week to try and address some of these. And Mr. Fair has given us an assurance that this would happen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Morrison. Of course, it's right also that we should reflect that over the past 18 months, families themselves have done a tremendous amount of support for those that are in need. And were it not for that, the situation would be significantly worse. Those people that were on furlough were able to apply that time to support family members. But of course, these situations are returning to nearer normality now, and the issues and the challenges are becoming even more apparent. So can I just ask Councillor Stewart to come in now, and then Councillor McLean, and then Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Fair, for the report. Just going back to 6.3 of the report, where it speaks of the increased attendance at A&E. It's just a comment, an observation I'd like to make. I don't know if that really is a deterioration of general health, or is it the fact that, and I've had personal experience of this, that it is almost impossible to see a doctor nowadays. And also a lot of people, they end up having to go, and I was one of them that ended up having to go to A&E because I could not see a doctor after 3 or 4 attempts. So I think, and I've spoken to quite a few people who have been in that situation and have ended up having to go to A&E. And I just, just want to make that comment. Thanks.
I don't know if, before I take the next question, Mr. Fairs, do you want to make any comment on that particular issue?
Yeah, so thank you for sharing, and it's concerning that's been your experience. My work across kind of colleagues with kind of primary care, I know that there has been a shift in the mode of kind of providing kind of care. So a predominant kind of shift towards kind of telephone kind of consultations. I meet with kind of GP kind of colleagues every kind of Tuesday evening, so I'm happy to pick that aspect up with them. What they're reporting to me, so kind of sharing back with kind of colleagues in this conversation today, is a growth in kind of demand. So that's probably not the best of words to use to kind of describe it, but it's very much around an increase in, if you like, kind of a level of kind of poorliness, if you like, kind of across our communities. So they're kind of talking about through the COVID kind of period, not just simply in that wider space of respiratory kind of disease and conditions, but simply around an overall kind of level of, if you like, kind of health concern. that across the last sort of 15, 16 months, they're seeing, if you like, kind of contact kind of to GP surgeries having kind of increased. And I think that linked in with your observations around the ability then to see either a GP or a kind of a nurse in a timely way, and hence the attendances at A&E. I think there is a linkage there. So I'm happy to kind of to pass on and share that feedback in my conversation with GP colleagues this evening, if that would be welcomed.
Thank you very much, Mr. I'm sure it would be welcome. I think there is a concern in the community that sometimes maybe non-medical receptionists are triaging patient inquiries, and some people are being put off seeing the doctor in some instances. So I think it would be useful to just have that conversation with representatives of the GPs to just make sure that people who are in genuine need are not denied access to a doctor. It would be an awful situation if that were to be a wider issue and a concern. Can I just take?
Can I come back sorry. Can I come back just briefly? Is that all right?
Yeah.
So just for assurance, and then I'll shush. So the triage element is undertaken by kind of nurses within the individual kind of GP practices. So if you like, the receptionist will kind of capture the information, but that person isn't the decision maker. So the clinical triage, if you like, around, I guess a level of need, how poorly somebody is taken by a clinical kind of member of staff. So just wanted to offer some assurance around that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Veer. I'd like to think that is the case, but perhaps from reports, anecdotal approach, it's not always the case. Councillor MacLean.
Thanks, Chair. I likewise have had that representation of what Mr. Stewart has here. Exactly. I think there's a reticence within our community anyway, amongst the older people, to go to a doctor. They'll say, I'm not bad enough, so they've been keeping off going because of the COVID. That's within our communities anyway. But anyway, thanks very much for your report, Mr. Veer. It's a fair and honest report I'm seeing here. And as you've already mentioned, 6.5 and 6.6. Now, I was reflecting when you were talking on the report here. I've been probably, and like most of us here, I've been 4 years now in this position of councillor. And I think when I started, my language was a wee bit stronger when I told them about the state of our national health and about our community care. It has not changed. Really, we have to be quite honest. We're getting this report 6.5, 6.6 continually. There is a problem within our care system. And I know you've inherited that, Mr. Fairs. I'm not putting any blame whatsoever, but we have had that time and time again, and we've been given assurances that we would put in apprentices and such like. All of that was given as assurances, and we're here 2021, and we're seeing this, what I would say, appalling statistics, particularly in 6.6, 42 individuals waiting care at home, 20 individuals awaiting care home beds, 4 individuals, so on, and then we go on into 8.5. That, what I would like to call attention to, is 8.5 in particular. Then you've got an overspend in residential care, an overspend in community hospitals, and then an underspend in home care services of 217,000. And we've had that continually, year on year on year, an underspend. Now, and then we have this caveat that we're paying agency staff. Now, let's be quite honest, folks. We're paying agency staff over the odds. Much, much more. We're paying, and Mr. Fairs, I'm sure will agree with me, is that we're paying an agency staff member far, far more than we're paying a resident care home worker. That's not right. There is something fundamentally wrong when that is the case. And I know you may not be able to do it. Maybe it's done by Scottish Government. But why on earth do we not make the job that much more pleasant, i.e. by improving the conditions? And speaking to carers, the conditions are not improving, folks. Even with the most recent things that have been tried, like overtime. It is not, these are not improving. We are still getting care workers that are frazzled out. And really, we do have to do something and take care of these individuals and give them the assurance that we do care for them and we value their work. They're devalued, underpaid, and what have you. And really, honestly, there is something fundamentally wrong with the care system. It's broken, and it's still broken. And we've got to be honest and say to ourselves, we've got to do something. Now, can we do that as an individual authority? I'm not so sure, but we should actually be strong enough to make our voices heard at a national level or whatever. So I'm saying to you now, is there any way that we can say can offset this amount of money we've given into agency workers into the pay packets of our own staff? So I'm just making a comment on that. I'm quite disappointed at this stage in my career here, if I can call it a career, as a councillor coming to the end of my term.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLean. I wouldn't wish you to reduce your passion for these areas of concern any, because they are real to those in the community who are suffering the consequences of our inability to recruit sufficient numbers, I think, to the service. And the level of remuneration for staff is set at a national level, I think, and the difficulties of departing from that. I mean, I don't criticise the service for going out to seek agency workers, because if we can't recruit by any other means, then there is nowhere else to go. And I'm sure we would all rather have some level of care, even if it is having to be brought in at a higher cost, than having no care and some people being denied care altogether. I'll take Councillor Mackenzie. Did you have your light on there?
Well, yeah, I did actually, but I was just listening to Callum there. I don't know what, I think it needs maybe a meeting or a seminar or something. It's just part of a report here, and I'm grateful to Mr. Fears for his report. But we should maybe be looking at this in greater depth than just part of this meeting here today. I wonder what, I mean, you could look at it completely off the wall sort of thing. You might say, should the carers be part of the health system? I don't know if it's actually working the way it is. And if carers came under the health system and brought it under one body, then maybe the thing would work better. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out from left field, as I say. There's a problem with the doctors. People just can't get to see doctors, and there's no doubt about that. I heard one doctor on the radio yesterday, and he said, I saw 80 and I normally only see 40. Well, I find that hard to believe, particularly since he's an MSP anyway, so he's got another job. But that he must be very busy indeed. He's either not doing one job or he's not doing the other. But I think statistically that is not a reflection of what's happening, because I frequently get people saying, I didn't get to see the doctor. I've been trying for ages to see the doctor, and it's serious, serious, not just a big toe, but for serious things. And I could go into detail, but I won't. It's the system is not working. I don't see why doctors are not seeing the same amount of people that they were seeing before the pandemic. I mean, what is the problem? There's some cases can be seen online. That's fair enough, and particularly if people want to be seen online. But there seems to be a backup in the hospitals, because doctors are not seeing patients. So I know we're talking here specifically about carers, but what is the problem with the carers? The aging population, part of which are the carers themselves. we can't suddenly, magic up a whole lot of young people unless they're paid, of course, and the structure is there to encourage people to come in. But again, it's something that really needs to be looked at not as part of one item on this meeting, I don't think.
Thank you very much for your comments and observations, Councillor Mackenzie. I've got Councillor Charlie Nicholson. If you want to come in now, and maybe we can revert back to Mr. Fears for a comment on.
Thank you.
And then Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. Charlie Nicholson, Stornoway South, and thank you, Mr. Fears, for the report before us. Like other members, Chair, for me anyway, as a member, this is a very sad and upsetting report before us. When we look at the paragraphs of the report in 6.5, 6.6, etc., etc., it is putting our community and families and individuals under major pressure. It is actually extending within the situation mental health and anxiety of members of the families that are going above the line and beyond the line to help their own family members as such. And Councillor McLean has kind of covered quite a bit of what I wanted to say. But, Chair, I would be asking committee for a report to come back here. Mr. Fears said something in his address to members today, develop a workforce. Like Mr. McLean, over the last number of years, we're in a situation that it hasn't improved in any way at all in regards to recruiting. We really need to look at a pay increase and structure for our community carers. We really need to be looking at a progressive career direction for our community carers. And it's not right, Chair, to kind of say that it's a national agreement, because speaking to members in Glasgow, Chair, the situation there is that their community carers, or some of them, are on a different pay scale compared to the pay that we are giving to our community carers, who are wonderful people and again go above the call of duty as such. So I'm asking, Chair, that the report is brought forward for discussion. I know we have the event on Thursday to discuss it, but we're at our committee here of communities and housing to look at getting a structure in place to increase the pay for our community carers. Thus, I would hope in attracting more and looking at the situation of the underspend and how we can support it. I mean, some of our carers, Chair, issues with mileage costs and that, not getting covered in some areas as such. There is a middle ground there and a concern there as such. So I am asking and proposing, Chair, that a report comes back, whether it comes back from IJB, whether it comes back from the seminar on Thursday, and looking at this council increasing the pay structure for our community carers and having a progressive career where as they stay and as they move up the ladder, they get an increase in increments and support going forward. That is the bottom line. That is the bottom line that I heard from carers that have left the situation. Part of it is the pay, part of it is the structure, and part, as we can see in this very sad and upsetting report, when you look at 6.5 and 6.6, the pressure that our workers are under, and also the health services. Very sad report before us, probably one of the saddest reports in my time within this council here. And I'm seeing it, and I've been contacted by members within my community and the pressures that are on them. They are under a lot of pressure, and government really have to pull up their socks and deal with this immediately. Not in a year, not in 2 years, but now. Now's the time and now's the hour to take this on, because in the next report in December, we'll have a similar, if not even a worse, report when the universal credit is withdrawn and other schemes are withdrawn, and that will affect not only our health services, our community carers, but the well-being of our community in these islands. So I ask for a report to be brought forward. I don't know if I can get a seconder to that, Chair, but I would like a further report on how we can get the pay structure and the progression career for our community carers within the Western Isles.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. I think we all share the deep concern you have about the situation as it's being presented to us. There are huge challenges facing the service. I think we could maybe avail ourselves sometime at the seminar that we're having later on this week, maybe to discuss as a sideline issue. I think the matter of staffing remuneration and gradings and all of these things that you refer to, it's not a matter that this committee can consider. It's a matter for PNR and where that to be explored further. But I think maybe some further informal discussion at the seminar might be of benefit in that regard, if you're okay with that. And then we can see where the issues that you're raising, where they can be best taken forward. At operational level, of course, all of these things are for the IGB to determine and to have a policy on. But of course, our staff are employees of the Comhairle, and we need to make sure that we do value them and look after them insofar as we're able to. I think we would all wish them to have greater recognition by having better terms, and if that is possible by any means, then that will be, I'm sure, looked at. Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I come back, please? Because this is a situation that is in our hands, Chair. I am asking for a report to come forward. Whether that report comes through the IJB or PNR, we are discussing it here at this committee. We need to take this head on, Chair. We cannot leave it and just say we're going to leave it be and take it forward and not take it forward. This is a serious situation for our community carers. This is a serious situation for our community today. So I am asking, as a member of this committee, and as I said earlier, Chair, if I can get a seconder, that an information report comes back to this committee in regards to the pay structure and a progressive career for our carers in our community. We are a rural area. We might need extra in different ways, but our community carers, if we're going to attract more, we need to kind of enhance the provision for them and their jobs in regards to your remuneration and support. That is what's going to take it forward. It's not going to take it forward just leaving the status quo, Chair. So I reiterate my plea and my point in regards to a report coming back to this committee and asking for a seconder for that. As I say, whether that report comes through PNR or comes through IJB, we need to take this head on. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. As I said, Councillor Nixon, I fully appreciate your passion and reasoning for it, but we do have to recognise the appropriate channels to go through. I'm seeing the Chief Executive. Do you want to come in just, and then I'll ask the leader for a comment as it is a matter that we're talking about. It's a matter for PNR.
Thank you, Chair. I would commend this matter to discussion at the seminar because the crisis in staffing in social care and indeed health and social care across Scotland is one of the reasons, by no means the only reason, but it's one of the reasons for the review which government is undertaking around a national care service. Now, that is pay and conditions are a complex matter because, of course, we have a grading system which evaluates all posts, and you cannot raise salaries or conditions for one group of staff without undertaking a review of your whole pay and grading structure, and that is the issue. So what is the solution? As Councillor Nicholson says, the matter probably over the years cannot be left where it is very much longer. But the solution is to look at the posts and what they are doing, and that is one of the good things, perhaps, about the current review which government is undertaking. So these points will be covered on Thursday. I can assure members of that.
Thank you for that, Chief Executive. Can I ask the leader if you wanted to come and make a comment? I'll come back to Councillor Murray then.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Going back to the start of this conversation, Councillor McLean quite rightly pointed out that there was an area that caused concern very early on in this council, and a number of new members in particular had stories about their experience of the home care system. And on the back of that, I remember we tried to organise a very early seminar so we'd collate together all the issues and all the problems, have a discussion around them and see what was doable and what wasn't. And on the back of that, there were suggestions and proposals coming to us from officers around things like recruiting apprentices, giving it a more structured setup in terms of staff progression, things that Councillor Nixon has referred to, looking at the pay and conditions. And it's true to say, I would say, that we simply haven't seen that coming through the system. I don't know, I'm not saying it's an excuse, I don't know if there was work done on that and there was progression in the last 18 months as COVID put everything a bit upset the whole planning system. But there's no question that we haven't made the progress that we intended to make and we were expecting to come through from our colleagues. So when Nick started, I understood there was going to be a review over the first 6 months of his time in office, and then we would get some feedback as to suggested ways forward. So I don't think there's any question that it's an isolated thing. Of course, we do know that across the country, recruiting carers is a huge issue, the statistics are horrendous. Our issue, of course, is to solve our problems here. And I think it's perfectly reasonable for a report, whatever channel it comes through, to look at current pay structures, current career progression, and remuneration and progression. And I think, you know, even if you can't solve one without solving the other. So you can give somebody a pay that they think is fair, but if the conditions of work and they don't think the conditions are fair, then it doesn't work. So it's not just about money. It's about structures, about reporting systems, about deploying staff. We've got staff who are very, very dedicated, but they can't be deployed with such short notice and things like that. So let's get something, a document in front of us that says, these are the things that we think we can do in order to ensure that we get enhanced recruitment and that we start producing a career path that people will embrace. We can then look at what the costs will be, but let's not start off by saying we can't afford it and so we're going to do nothing. Let's start by getting a paper in front of us that says, this is what might help to solve this huge challenge, so that in a year's time, we're not looking at an underspend. We're using up our entire staff budget, and we've got all that money channeled into locally based carers. The agency issue is just unavoidable, unfortunately. But again, it's better value for money if we put it into local based staff without the added on cost of agency. So I don't think anybody should shy away from getting a report, and then we can have facts and figures in front of us, and then we can find if we can effect a solution that suits us locally. So I'm quite happy to support any calls for a report, whatever channel it comes through.
Thank you very much, Leader. It would be, of course, coming to this committee just for information, but for any determination, it will go to your own committee of PNR and through Council. I'm happy to have a report coming back that quantifies just what our current position is and possibly identifies options that go forward. But any determination on that, of course, would be for the other committee. Councillor Murray has been waiting for some time, and then Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to Mr. Fears for the report. I was just going back to a comment or comments that Councillor Stewart and Councillor Mackenzie made about the lack of doctors. I know that as Mr. Fears would probably realise, and a lot of people would realise, it's very difficult to attract doctors and surgeons up to the islands because of the number of patients, and they don't get the wider experience that they would do in other areas. And so that we have to rely on locums, which are very expensive and probably having a knock-on effect on the finances. So I wanted to ask Mr. Fears if there was any merit in looking at possibly getting in touch with other local authorities that have more populous authorities and enter into a scheme whereby there's a sort of rural placement where maybe surgeons or health professionals from, say, the Greater Glasgow area can come up to do a 2-week rural placement. I mean, we pay for one annual salary, but we've got different surgeons coming up. I wonder if that's maybe something that he would consider that would maybe take us off take the locum prices off our books. What do you think?
I wonder, if, Mr. Fears, if you could hold on to that and have a think about it and come back once I've just picked up another couple of questions from Councillor, and I will allow you to get back in if you so wish. I think Councillor MacDonald, Skeeter, and then Councillor McMillan.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not a member of your committee, and I'm late to this. I dropped out when I was zooming in from Point. I am aware of the issues that have been spoken about here, and I'm very grateful for the time of Mr. Fears and of the leader for listening to me, because I've banged on about this for about the last 4 years as well. We have been in a situation where recruitment has been an issue within the care service, and I've tried to make several points with the necessary director or the head of service about how we can possibly address. My take on it is, if we have an underspend, and I believe at the beginning we were 50 to 80 carers short within the service. I don't know if the figure's quite that high, but a significant amount of carers short to deliver the service that we would like to deliver. So the pressure on the existing carers we have is huge. Now, why that underspend isn't being used to increase pay and conditions is an obviously a difficult situation. You can't just throw the additional budget that we have or the underspend that we have at pay and conditions, but we could certainly use some of it, because if that's the stumbling block for retaining staff and recruiting staff, then it needs to be looked into. And I think the view of the majority here is that that is something that needs to be undertaken. However, we managed to do it. We're certainly in a position where we're losing staff to the NHS, who seem to be able to throw copious amounts of money at any situation they have with understaffing. I mean, I know of the issue with locums coming up here and earning, I would say, huge fortunes. I had a consultant in my taxi one time. He was coming to Stornoway because the money was that good. He had retired, but he was planning on extending his vineyard in France on the money he could make by coming to the NHS in the Western Isles. Now, when you're up against this, we're losing staff to the NHS. It's ongoing. And the situation, I believe that from anecdotal evidence, is that when our care home gets finished, we will be struggling to fill it with people, staffing it. I don't know if that's a situation that's foreseen, or is it something that's ringing alarm bells at the moment, but we need to address the situation. And any conversation we can have with PNR or whoever regarding a review of the finances, and I'm happy to second Charlie's proposal here, any review we can have of terms and conditions for our carers with a view to making the position either more attractive or stabilising it, so that we do have an attractive proposition for potentially new carers. We need to look into it. And I don't think, as the Chief Executive said, if we're going to review our carers' pay and conditions, that the whole structure of the Comhairle pay and conditions need to be reviewed. I don't know that that's the case at all. I don't think anybody would grudge us looking into what I would say is probably the most vital element of what we do as a Comhairle, which is looking after our elderly, because they deserve no less.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. I mean, to be honest, I think I totally accept that we should get a report just outlining what the current status is, what are the opportunities. But of course, for determination, it's not this committee that would have any power to determine, and that would be the PNR. But I think also there will hopefully be an opportunity at the seminar to have a bit of further discussion on this matter, along with the general review of care, And I know Mr. Fierce is presenting a report to the IGB very shortly on these matters. Perhaps after that has been considered by the IGB as well, he would be able to come back and advise where the direction of travel on that, as well as preparing a report on the current position and maybe the opportunities within our staff remuneration and conditions of service, anything that can really increase the attractiveness of the post. And it is, I mean, it's a post that is so rewarding when it's properly supported, value out in the community. So I have no problem asking, and I think Mr. Fair has indicated by a nod of his head that a report could be brought back on that basis. Mr. Murray, did you want to come back in? Oh no, sorry, beg your pardon, Councillor Macmillan at the back.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like a bit of help in figuring the sections 7 and 8 out. I wondered if it's a bit of a catch-22 that we're in. Do we rely on vacancies not being filled to break even? Is that where we are? And if we fill the vacancies, we'd have quite a significant overspend. Or is that my misreading of the sections 7 and 8?
Thank you very much, Mr. Councillor Macmillan. It is a question that I constantly put to Mr. Fair and to raise at the IGB, that the tail is not wagging the dog there in terms of using that and being that as a means of controlling budget. And I'm assured on each time I raise it that the staffing recruitment is not in any way being suppressed in order to balance the books, as it were. But when we see it in front of us, were it not for that underspend in health and social care, the potential overspend would be of a greater proportion, and budgetary pressures would be more significant. There's no denying it. You're absolutely right in your observations on that. I think at this stage, can I ask Mr. Fair if you want to come in and comment on what's been said? I'll take Councillor McLean as maybe the last contribution on it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the conversation and the concerns, the sharing of concerns. I'll be candid in some thoughts in this kind of conversation. So for me, kind of firstly, there will be a kind of a thank you and a recognition not only to kind of families and communities. So earlier on in our conversation, we talked about furlough and how through kind of that families were able to kind of to help in terms of meeting kind of need not only for their own kind of loved ones, but more widely in our communities. And my understanding is certainly kind of most recently from a local community kind of meeting last kind of Thursday evening that, you know, similar kind of topic of conversation. I think we finished at 9:45 in the evening. Would recognise the ongoing support that we're in receipt of from our communities. So I want to recognise that by way of a thank you in terms of the support that we do receive. And I think without that, we'd probably be in a more kind of precarious kind of position. So I think that's really important that we recognise that in our conversation today. I'll stay with care at home. So Mr. Libby, so kind of Jack, a number of you will know kind of Jack has been out listening to really carefully listening to a series of face-to-face conversations across the last kind of 3 weeks with our kind of care at home staff, reablement kind of colleagues across the island. So not just in Lewis and Harris, but out in the Southern Isles as well. And that kind of listening has surfaced, if you like, a number of options which predominantly sit in the space of T's and C's in terms of conditions around what choices we have that kind of sit in front of us around how we might make that a more attractive kind of proposition. There's been kind of comment here in this meeting around the differential between, if you like, the callers kind of terms and conditions and those that sit in the NHS. I won't talk about locum just yet. I'll come on to that in a moment. But there are some points of difference around what's called agenda for change in health, and the T's and C's and the terms and conditions, the single status elements that we have here in the caller, and that does present some challenges. And that's something I think that we can make some decisions. You know, we can choose to look at. I'm aware of 2 other authorities across Scotland from our chief officer conversations most recently that do choose to make a pay differential in terms of care at home colleagues, recognising the value of the work and the pivotal kind of nature of it to our communities. So probably not for debate now, but I want to be really clear on that there are choices we can make. And I thank the chair for his comment around the finances. So I said I'd be kind of candid. So they're not used in terms of kind of balancing it. So that vacancy is not used to deliver a financial balance. I've been clear at my opening kind of observations kind of here around the underspend position and flat cash. And that's something that beyond this conversation, we do need to look at. So it takes us to a deficit position of circa £2 million over the last kind of 4-year period, as one of my kind of colleagues was mentioning kind of here in this conversation. So in terms of kind of going forwards, so I'm going to present to IJB next week kind of 2 early options around addressing the risks that we've been having a pretty vivid conversation about today. And I'm very happy to bring back to this kind of group in December, beyond the discussion on Thursday this week that the chief executive will kind of chair around further options. I think some of that, colleagues are absolutely right, do sit in the career progression. I've got some early kind of plans around how we might offer up a different, I guess, career opportunity that spans both health and social care and a broadening of a skill set that in turn then could lead individuals either into a health-based career kind of choice or into a social care-based kind of career choice. So I have been kind of developing some plans around that. The other aspect that I want to bring to this, and then I'll shush kind of chair and let other people kind of come back, sits around population challenges across the island. So if you look in my report, people have talked about thinking about kind of around our younger kind of people and whether or not apprenticeship and so forth. So if you look at kind of 9.6, it indicates to us that if we were to try and arrest our risks by looking at an apprenticeship, we simply haven't got enough young people across our islands to meet that. So I think part of the conversation we're having earlier on in this kind of meeting around kind of housing is an aspect of it. And I think what we should be seeking to do is to have a very loud and clear voice back with SG around from an islands perspective. So across our islands, and I know the conversation is echoed and felt with my colleagues in Orkney and Shetland around how we might seek to address that. I'm going to call it depopulation because I can't think of a better word. So there's a commitment from me to, I'm completely up for having a further conversation, subject to some support from the chief executive on Thursday. And I will bring back some granular detail to this kind of committee in December. Some of that will be shared at the IJB next week. So thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fair. I've got Councillor McLean and I think online Councillor MacLeod, and then I think we'll bring this report, which is for noting, to a close. I think there is a huge amount of conversation to be had about, first of all, appreciating the nature of the problem before we start to look at how solutions can be found, identified and implemented. So look forward to further discussion on Thursday, and then coming back with a report on options in December, as you indicated, Mr. Fair.
Thanks, Chair. No, I just disagree with you. I think what the leader had initially was much more far-ranging than looking at where we are. He was suggesting actually that, and I'm encouraged by Mr. Fair's response there that he's going to bring a report, Anthony, to develop aspirations or options as to where we should be going to. Let us not get bogged down. You know what's wrong with this council in the last 4 years? We're sterilised by process. I heard it mentioned, oh, this shouldn't come to this committee. This should go to PNR. This should go to this. And by the time we're finished 4 years down the line, we've got nothing. We are, I don't know if any other councillors, but I'm fed up with the sterilisation of process. And we heard that already today, that we shouldn't agree on a pay structure because, etc., etc. Let us look, Mr. Fairs has actually opened up an avenue for us today. He's looking at other authorities. He's looking at other regions that are looking at different pay structures. He has actually given a little bit of light today. And I'm encouraged by his words today. Let us go down. Let's not stay, Mr. Chairman, at saying where we are. We know where we are. Let's go as to where our aspirations are and what is to the benefit of our carers and our cared for. Let's look at that, and that's what Mr. Fairs is looking to produce in this report. And I thank him for his response.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacLean. I think Councillor MacLeod has been waiting online. If you want to make your point or put your question, Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'd just like to say that I would agree with the leader has said, and also what Charlie, he asked a seconder for a proposal for a report to come to this committee. I'd be quite happy to second that. I'm not on PNR and I'm not on the IJB. So a report coming to communities and housing, which I am a member of, I'd welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacLeod. I think I'm quite happy for that report to come here. So, and I think Mr. Fair has indicated that he's happy to bring that report back. So I don't think it requires a motion to fulfil that. That will be part of the decision report, and it's been noted, and we would expect that to come back in December. So with that, I think that's been a very full discussion on that, and there will be further opportunities later this week as well. And there will be further discussions, obviously, for those members who are part of the IJB on the report that's being presented there as well. So thank you for that. The report before you is for noting at this stage. Thank you. I think it might be appropriate if we take a short adjournment just now and refresh ourselves with comfort break for, say, can we say 10-minute comfort break and return back.
There's tea and coffee available in the members' lounge.
Okay, colleagues, can we just resume our meeting? And we're moving on to item 8 on the agenda. This is a report on the animal welfare licensing of activities involving animals, Scotland Regulations 2021, very catchy title. The report informs of a new licensing regime under animal welfare legislation and seeks approval for a fee structure for new licenses. A summary of the proposed fees is detailed at 6.9, and Colm Fraser will speak to the report and answer any questions. Colm?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the report introduces new licensing regime for animal licensing. Most of the licenses that it covers are in place in one form or another already. The only kind of really new thing it introduces is licensing for rehoming establishments. So there's only about 5 premises businesses covered by this up here. So we've kept it fairly light, and we'll once the guidance and information is fully finalised, we'll pass that information out to those affected. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. Colleagues, any comments or questions? Councillor McLean.
Yeah, could I just ask Mr. Fraser a question? It's on 6.9. When you come to the summary of the proposed fees, I'm not a dog owner or a cat owner or a pet owner of any description, but it seems to be quite a jump from £95 to £206, and then you've got the added-on costs of whether it's vets or whatever. Why the big discrepancy?
Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. The existing licences are £95 for 1 year. The new fee is for up to 3 years, and it is our anticipation that the licences will normally last for 3 years. There is the scope if a breeder or an establishment isn't running correctly, we can issue it for 1 year. So it rewards those that are kind of operating, well, and it's likely to incentivise them to kind of make sure that they're operating correctly.
Thank you very much. Seems to make sense. Thank you.
Thanks for the clarification.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Chairman. It's sort of slightly to do, I don't know if there's any licenses currently issued for what you might call pet breeders or dog breeders in the islands. But when I see or hear of people getting puppies of fancy dogs at many hundreds per paw, as it were. Well, yes, is that an opportunity that we're missing to develop that as part of our crofting income? Could that be looked at as well? It's actually a serious question, because I don't know if there's any dog breeders here at the moment, but could that be looked at? Because when you look at the price for lamb or sheep being sold by comparison to dogs being bought, and that's not even sheep dogs that are workable, just fancy dogs. Is that something that we could look at in terms of expanding the license to be helpful and assisting people to look at that as well?
I mean, an interesting question as always, Councillor McMillan. And with these dogs, I'm sure we've all read not that long ago, the mainland supply market does not seem to satiate the demand, and there were people coming with vans and grabbing any dog they could find and roaming loose, or it was anecdotal. I don't know whether anyone was actually caught or taken to book for doing that, but there was certainly a number of reports in the press that there were people going about. Mr. Fraser, I don't know if you have any comments in regard to what is the current status of the licensed or potential licensed premises.
Thank you, Chair. There are a couple of premises licensed to breed dogs, and all I would say is that, I think the new legislation gives a tighter definition. As if someone's breeding 3 or more litters of puppies in any 12-month period, they have to be licensed. And with each of the different licenses under this scheme, they have standard conditions which have to be applied. So, we'll support if any applicants applications are made from crofters or whoever, we'll kind of follow the process to ensure that they're licensed and they're operating in line with the guidelines. They will need a veterinary check as well to ensure the animal's welfare.
Thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. McLean will take that very seriously to heart. He often is joined by a four-pod friend when he comes online when we were under a different regime. But Councillor McMillan.
Yes, and unfortunately, nobody came to grab that dog.
Yeah. There's a recommendation for you. Okay, then the report is there, and insofar as this committee's interests are concerned, do members agree the recommendations at 3.1? Yes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is under homelessness, housing options and homeless annual report 2020-21. The report is for noting and provides an update on the housing options and homeless issues covered in the year 2020 and 2021. Now, we normally get Lorraine Graham presenting these reports, and very interesting. They always are when they come to committee and very well presented. So, but I think Mr. Watson is going to take this report today. So, big shoes to fill, Mr. Watson, if you're there. I assume that Lorraine is not here.
Thanks, Chair. No, Lorraine's not, so I'll take the item. Thank you very much. Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. This is our normal annual report to the committee to give you an update on issues relating to housing options and homelessness over the last year. This report covers the year 2020 to 21. As you can imagine, that was during the pandemic, so it has been a very challenging year for the folk in the homeless team. Hopefully this report gives you a wee bit of information of the kind of issues that had to be dealt with. Lorraine's included a section in the report, section 5, that gives you a wee bit of background information on the impact the lockdown and the pandemic has had on the service. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the kind of impact that has fallen on the service. But the report itself, it's a standard report that Lorraine produces every year, gives information, narrative information on the homeless service, key parts of the homeless service, as well as looking at a range of statistics and performance figures to show you how well the service is doing over that particular year. The main points, so I'd like to draw your attention to, despite the pandemic, the numbers remain pretty stable over the last year. There was 152 applications from homeless people in the Outer Hebrides, which is just a difference of 1 from the previous year. Numbers in temporary accommodation increased due to lockdown because it was difficult to get move-on accommodation ready because of the limitations and change of tenancies. We had to use local hotels and holiday lets to supplement our own temporary accommodation stock. So we're very grateful to the local businesses that helped out at very crucial parts of the pandemic to help homeless people. We're also very grateful to Hebridean Housing, who made additional properties available as temporary accommodation at the start of the pandemic. And HSP worked very closely with us post-lockdown to try and reduce the logjam in temporary accommodation by moving households on as quickly as possible. So we're very grateful to our partners for the support they gave us in delivering the homeless service over the last year. As well as the frontline work, work has continued in developing the rapid rehousing and the Housing First strategy, which members will be aware of. HSP we have worked very closely with HSP, and HSP have agreed to increase the proportion of 2-apartment allocations in Stornoway to homeless clients, and hopefully that will advance the rapid rehousing agenda. The average length of stay in temporary accommodation decreased slightly throughout the year, and the average time to make a first offer decreased a wee bit as well. We've currently got 2 Housing First tenancies up and running, with a further 1 in progress, and we're hoping that we will have at least 6 Housing First tenancies in place by the end of March. Obviously, the pandemic has had an impact on our rapid rehousing plan to try and introduce Housing First, but hopefully we'll make up the lost ground in the not too distant future. We've also submitted a revised edition of our rapid rehousing plan to the Scottish Government. That was done at the end of June, and we've got fairly positive feedback from them recently. So the appendix of this report has a copy of the most up-to-date rapid rehousing plan. We thought it would be useful to share with members just for your information to see where we are in delivering this important part of the homeless service. I'd be happy to take any questions members might have about the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Keith, and then...
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Watson. One of the questions I'd like to ask relating to homeless, come to the attention that we actually, in some cases, are putting people that are homeless up into hotels, which becomes quite an expense. I'm just wondering, and I don't know, I'm asking the question, do we get any form of assistance from the Scottish Government in helping the local authority where we have to put homeless people into hotels? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did have to use local hotels and guest houses at the height of the pandemic. It's something we'd been moving away from, as members will be aware, as part of rapid rehousing, and we had been gradually reducing our use of B&B accommodation over the last couple of years. But because of the pressure put to bear on the service because of the pandemic, we've had to use more B&B accommodation. But there was financial support made available from the government to help the council in this. But the plan is to move away from the use of bed and breakfast accommodation as quickly as possible, as set out in the rapid rehousing plan. But obviously the project plan for that's taken a bit of a knock because of the pandemic, but we're still working towards that goal of not using B&B accommodation at all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wharton. Is it correct to say that we'd essentially moved away from that type of arrangement pre-COVID, except in very, very isolated circumstances?
Yes, Chair, we'd managed to reduce the number of people using B&B accommodation quite significantly over the last couple of years. But again, with it being a van-led service, there is times when we have no choice but to use a B&B accommodation for somebody. But certainly the move has been away from that, and we had been making good progress prior to the pandemic.
Thank you very much. Clearly, it's not a satisfactory arrangement, and it would be last resort. Councillor McLean.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Lorraine, for the report as well. Again, like I said in the home care, this is an honest report, and it's a good. It's a readable report. I can't say it's a good report at all, as you would probably agree with me, because when you see the graph in 7.1, I'm looking at the graph in 7.1. It is, can we call it a sad indictment of us as a council when we're seeing such a number of homelessness? I looked up Orkney, for instance, and Orkney has got a population of just over 22,000. Last year, their homelessness was 37. This year, they're overwhelmed in that it's 6. That's the words that's used in the present journal report on the 10th of September. They were overwhelmed that it's gone up to 69. We've got 152. What are we doing wrong? Or should I say, what are we doing that's not right? And Orkney are doing better than us? Because let's be honest, 4,000 of population is negligible in one sense, but that's Orkney. I didn't look at Shetland, but I'm just looking at a comparative. And in a comparative authority, we are down at 69. They're overwhelmed when it goes up to 69. They're usually down at 37. Look at the graph, folks. Look at the graph at 7.1. It doesn't make good reading. Am I correct? I think there's something fundamentally that we're not doing correct. I was at a seminar 3 years ago on is it Housing First? And then there was a proposal to put into every time that HHP were doing housing, that they would ensure that there's maybe one house for the homeless. Now, folks, some of these homeless, I would say a majority of these homeless people are homeless through no fault of their own. It's circumstantial that they're there. And they are there. We've got that number. But my question today to us all here as councillors and to Ian and to Lorraine is, and I know that Lorraine has been tirelessly trying to work out on this, and she's doing an excellent job. I commend her for the job she's doing. But there's something that we're not doing correct when Orkney have got these figures and we've got these figures. I would say to us as a report, as an ex-teacher, not good enough. So would you agree with me, Ian?
Well, can we just, can you address through the chair, please, any questions? Can we just go back a bit to the last time when we did have that report? And I think the situation to do with homelessness, we had quite a good discussion, and it was identified, I think, that single person properties was, we were in deficit on that. And I think the difficulty was that we weren't making any great progress on these statistics year on year, as you correctly say. And I think at that time we did acknowledge that what was needed was a particular initiative that would address the single person occupancy, and perhaps a number of these are in the Stornoway area, and perhaps a parallel initiative, not doing away with the rural town split that we've agreed on, but to look at the particular problem of homelessness and a particular single person accommodation deficit that appears to be in Stornoway, and perhaps that was a particular initiative that needed to be developed. It was also raised, I think, at the member of the working group, and I think we're just awaiting to see what options there are on that.
Sorry, Chair, can I come in there?
By all means.
Can you look at 7.1?
Yep.
Look at the statistics there. Yeah. It consists of 171 adults and 51 children. How will single bedroom occupancy help with that?
But there was a particular issue that was causing problems, and I think Lorraine identified that in her report, which was needing to be addressed. Of course, housing, we're still having a housing that we still have a waiting list, and we continue to have a waiting list. We talked about earlier on about HHP's capacity to deliver X number of houses. No matter how much money government enables us to draw down, there is a difficulty in getting delivery on the ground of the right number of houses we need. And we are constrained at the moment with working with partners. The only partners we have really are HHP as the only RSL that we can have to deal with.
Are we any different to Orkney?
I don't know.
What are Orkney doing that we aren't doing?
Well, I don't know if Mr. Watson, do you want to come in, or Director?
Thanks,
yes,
Chair.
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 Yes, Chair, I think we are significantly different to Orkney. Orkney are a different set of islands to the Outer Hebrides. And I think we're in danger of conflating two different things here. Homelessness itself and the reason people become homelessness, and the Cornia's support towards homelessness. So our duty is to provide a home or temporary accommodation for people who are made homeless. And that is what we do. We provide a home for everybody. If you go forward to 711, which is the reasons that the numbers of homeless, the main reason for homelessness, as you can see from the graph at chart 7, is dispute with household or relationship breakdown. Now, these are the reasons people become homeless, and there are other reasons left there. So I think the question that Mr. McLean is asking is a societal question about why people become homeless. Now, there may be societal differences between the Outer Hebrides and Orkney that make differences. So that is why I think comparisons between areas, is instructive in some ways, but it's not instructive in other ways. So for us as a wider community, we have to try and understand why people are becoming homeless and see what we can do. But the reasons for homelessness is beyond the council. Our statutory duty is to react to that and provide accommodation for those who are made homeless. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Director. Councillor McMillan, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. I've got two questions. One was going to wait till the next item for the ship, but I think it's probably relevant here. And the first one was to do with the homeless accommodation, and previously had a report where there were people who were in the homeless accommodation, not just on a temporary basis, but were quite happy to stay there on a long-term basis. And is that our equivalent of bed blocking in the homeless accommodation system, causing us then to go for the bed and breakfast and the hotel accommodation for people who are more recently or newly presenting as homeless? Would that be an option? And the second question that I had, in Orkney, the housing function is still retained by the council. They didn't put it out to the HHP as the RSL, so their housing is in-house. Does that allow them to be more responsive in the way they address these issues? And could the council consider taking some of that in-house as well as part of the SHIP? Or is it necessary for all of the housing money to go to the RSL? And there's two questions, and I'm not quite sure if they can be addressed separately. Thank you, Chairman.
Your questions and your observations, and I think, as we already said, much of our activity has to be channeled through the RSL, because that's what the government tells us we have to do, and that's why we're seeking some greater flexibility to go out with that. Certainly, if we had retained a housing stock, we would also have retained huge financial debt that was written off at the transfer. So that would have caused us some ongoing difficulties as well. So it was they inherited a housing stock without debt, and we as a local authority would never have had that. Community.
Thank you, Chair. You're absolutely right. I remember the time where that big deficit that the council had as being the vehicle through which housing was built across the islands, and part of that agreement with government was that the council would hand over all the funding just about to the RSL. Otherwise, the deficit would still be ongoing. It was a massive deficit. I can't remember what the figure was, but you're talking about many millions and tens of millions of pounds that the Comhairle was in debt in terms of housing provision. So that's given us the opportunity. But that was some probably best part of 20 years, 20 years plus. And I do think it's legitimate for us as a council now, given the constraints that HHP have, both in terms of accessing land to build housing and other things. I think it is important that the Comhairle take steps to try and move away from the status quo and try and encourage more housing to be built in the rural areas. And we ourselves as a council have agreed a percentage for that, albeit that was flexed to some extent because of the Go-Till development. So I do think as a council we need to address that situation. If not, then we shouldn't be surprised when our young people start drifting off elsewhere, where they have better opportunities and better possibilities of acquiring houses that they can afford, as opposed to the extortionate, maybe that's too strong, but probably not, the extortionate costs of construction right now, and that's going to be the case going forward, and that's going to make it even more difficult if we can't find a mechanism that will assist in that process.
Thank you, Chair. It was just to going back to a point that Councillor McLean had about the number of figures we we have percent as homeless. Like the director said, it's very much down to the societal norms, which we don't have a huge amount of control over. But as part of the whole rapid housing first agenda, the Scottish Government are quite keen to see councils taking a more proactive role in trying to prevent homelessness. So we do that at the moment through the housing options approach. When people come to us initially as homeless, we try to see if there's any way of resolving their homeless problem at an earlier part of it. But there's guidance being prepared just now by the Scottish Government, which will be issued hopefully in the not too distant future, which will give give council a bit of a steer as to the kind of steps that could be taken to try and prevent homelessness from happening. And one of the things that we refer to quite often is the work that Lorraine and our team do, going out to the schools and talking to young people about housing, homelessness and housing options and things like that. Things like that could have a big impact on preventing the levels of homelessness we have. So we're looking forward to seeing what that paper will have when it comes out in the Scottish Government, and would certainly keep the committee informed as to what approach the council takes moving towards a preventative strategy, as well as a provision of temporary accommodation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Did that answer your query, Councillor McMillan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I know the equivalent of a bed blocking in a homes accommodation due to long term. Is that still an issue that could be looked at? Because I think the phrase tenancy ready or lack of tenancy readiness was used for a number of people who like to stay or were quite happy to continue with their accommodation in the unit. Is that still the case, and is that causing those newly presenting to be housed elsewhere? Mr. Watson.
Thanks, Chair. There can be cases where people spend longer than we'd like in temporary accommodation, and that's largely down to availability of permanent accommodation in the area of choice, or it might be related to having a support package in place before they can move in. But as we move towards rapid rehousing, that should become less and less of an issue when the time spent in temporary accommodation should reduce as we move through the 5 years of a rapid rehousing plan. But there will be people who do feel comfortable in temporary accommodation and might not feel the need to move, but I think it's important that they are encouraged to get their own tenancy and get a new start in life away from temporary accommodation. And linked in with that, we should see not so much of a requirement for temporary accommodation. So our temporary accommodation units, the number of them should reduce over time as well. And hopefully that will encourage people to focus on their permanent accommodation, because they'd, in theory, get their permanent accommodation much sooner than they would at the moment. So it's a gradual process we're working through just now. And if you get a chance to look through the appendix to the report on the rapid rehousing plan, you'll see some of the proposals here for trying to move towards that position of getting people housed quicker rather than having to stay in the temporary accommodation for a long period of time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walton. Just before bringing Councillor Nicholson, what I referred to earlier on, the particular deficit we have for single person accommodation, that was raised a number of times and was discussed at Amaug. Have we made any progress, or is there anything coming forward on that in the near future?
Thanks, Chair. This sort of overlaps with discussions on preparing the SHIP as well. Most of the single people we have coming to us as homeless present from Stornoway. They're from Stornoway and the surrounding areas. So under the terms of the homeless legislation, they would have to be housed in their area that they came from. So we're looking at the possibility of increasing the number of houses built for single people in and around Stornoway to try and address that. So that's one of the things we'll come on to this, the next item relating to the SHIP, about the potential for a temporary increase in this type of accommodation in the Stornoway area to try and deal with this particular issue of single people who present as homeless.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Watson, and to Lorraine and the staff for the amazing job that they've been doing over the period as such. Just 2 points, Chair. One, doesn't surprise me that the homeless is increasing in Stornoway when you look at the situation about rental accommodation and the cost of it. Over the last year and a half, it's gone up dramatically. So trying to get rental accommodation and even houses within the area is a bit of a challenge. But the question I got, Chair, to Mr. Watson is, what's the figure, Ian, for incoming homeless? What do I mean by that? People coming in that are presenting to the office homeless, because in my work as a councillor, as such within the Stornoway South area, the ones that I've recently met or have been in contact with me over different issues and that, 7 of them have arrived on the island as homeless. What figure do we have for incoming homeless, Mr. Watson?
Mr. Watson, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Well, we actually have quite low numbers coming to us from the mainland. At the moment, the homeless legislation is very clear that if you don't have a local connection with the area, you'd be referred back to the area on the mainland where you came from. Members might recall that has been changed at the moment by the Scottish Government. You might recall discussions in the Chamber about this before and some concerns we had. So that's an ongoing situation at the moment. But we get very small numbers of people presenting from the mainland. The vast majority of people who come to us as homeless are from the Outer Hebrides. So the numbers that come to us are quite low. We are aware that some people can move to the island and then they find accommodation themselves, and then after a 6-month or a year period, they come to us as homeless. So they could have originally come from the mainland, but they'd managed to find their own accommodation on the island for a 6-month or a year period before they had to present as homeless with the council. But like I was saying, the numbers presenting from the mainland are very, very low.
Thank you very much for that. And as you correctly say, when we did make comment on the proposals of government, we did express concern that they were doing away with the local connection, which was a mechanism for at least for prioritising people from the locality for housing. Leader, do you want to?
Yeah, just one comment, just to make it clear that, you know, this report on homelessness is a report that demonstrates, which is what we want to see, demonstrates that the service is working very effectively and efficiently. If you look at 15.2, it shows how they're dealing with inquiries. The number of people presenting as homeless, whether it's here or Orkney, whether it's 50, 100 or 150, is societal. We do not have control over. And as you can see in there, there are alarming things around domestic disputes, etc. Maybe that's for some other agency or some of our agencies to try and address, whether it's through education or otherwise. But in terms of a homeless service, our service is acting very well. It's producing good results. It's dealing with people in a very concerned and in a very speedy manner. So can I just say, you know, well done to the team. I know it's a challenging job and the numbers make it even more challenging, but well done to the team.
Absolutely, I'm sure we would echo that, and all the efforts that are being made to address these difficulties that people have for whatever reason, they're not being ignored, they are being addressed. And it's sad, but there will be incidents like that and cases to be dealt with over the period. And I think, as you say, the way that we've been dealing with them, as indicated in the report itself, has been very responsive and very effective. Convener, do you want to?
I think, Chair, just very briefly, and it's following on from what the leader said there in terms of the work that's being done by the department in terms of homeless. There are opportunities there as well. I'm very aware, and it's on the agenda later on this week, that the sheltered housing that was associated with care units is now occupied. Certainly the site I know best is in Erista, and more than half the sheltered housing is being utilised by young people in the age of 20 to 30, and that makes a significant difference. But equally, I think if it's agreed that the care unit be converted and handed over to HHP, if they're able to do that, then that would create another 3-bedroom house in that location. And it'd be interesting to see whether there are other opportunities to do that, because in reality, for when people are homeless, it's generally it's generally but not exclusively one person that has become homeless, and there is no point in allocating that person to a 3-bedroom house at that particular time. So I do think there needs to be a mix of housing that will facilitate people to transition from being in homeless accommodation to hopefully having some kind of relationship with others that would require a bigger house. So I think we need to have a look at that balance of housing through HHP.
Thank you very much for convener. And as Mr. Watson has said, the review of the SHIP, but later on the agenda will give us a further opportunity to get information on that. One last comment or question.
It's just clarification, particularly to the leader. I'm not getting at all about to the homeless team. I said that Lorraine and her team are doing an exceptionally good work. So what I'm saying is it's the provision of the housing stock that I feel that we're running short on. That's what I'm saying. And I think that Lorraine was in talk with HHP at that time when I was at the seminar, and there was almost a sort of expectancy from HHP to provide the necessary accommodation. That's what I'm saying is the problem. It's the provision of, it's not, the homeless team, Lorraine and her team are doing an exemplary work in difficult circumstances. And I do realize that they're societal, but societal is society. And whether it's in Yorkney or here, the society is basically the same. We've got the same problems as in society, but maybe we have more difficult, is according to the to Mr. McKeever, may have difficult circumstances here. But what I'm saying is the provision is not there. And we were hoping at that time, at that seminar, that there would be more provision within the housing stock for homeless people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klein. I'm sure that was the sentiment that was understood from your remarks as well. And as we said earlier on, our only provider in the islands is HHP, and with whom we have to work to maximise the opportunity to draw down government money in order to provide greater number of housing, and we'll continue to do that. So the report is there for noting. Noted. Right. The next item on our agenda is at item 10, and it is the annual assurance statement. The report seeks approval for the annual assurance statement in respect of landlord services provided by the Comhairle for the submission to the Scottish Housing Regulator. And as you know from just earlier comments, the number of properties that affect us is absolutely minuscule, really, in comparison to all of the properties. Mr. Watson. Or sorry, is it Angela?
Yes,
yeah, Angela. I do beg your pardon. Angela, are you there?
Yes.
Apologies,
yes,
Angela.
sure. That's okay. Good afternoon, all. This is just the annual statement that we return to Scottish Housing Regulator every year. It's fairly straightforward. There's no changes this year other than a new requirement to assure against equalities and human rights, and we are covered by the Council's own approach to equalities and human rights, which has been laid out in the Equalities Outcomes and Mainstreaming Report 2021-25. There's nothing to report, just to say that we are in compliance with all our regulatory obligations this year. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela, for that assurance. It's straightforward. Nothing changed really from previous year, and the number of properties that we have to address is very small indeed as a landlord. So do members agree the recommendations at 3.1? Agreed. Thank you. Now the next item at item 11, Strategic Housing Investment Plan, the SHIP. The report provides an update on the development of the proposed SHIP for period 22 to 27 and seeks to authorise the director in consultation with the chair and vice chair of the committee to finalise the SHIP and submit to Scottish Government by the deadline of 29th October. Mr. Watson will speak to the report and address any questions or queries members may have. Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much, Chair. As you said in your remarks, this report gives a wee bit of background information to the process we've gone through this year in preparing our strategic housing investment plan. The The ship normally covers a 5-year period. The one we're working on just now will be from 22-23 to 26-27. That is starting from the 1st of April next year. The report also provides an update on a number of the challenging issues which we're having to consider this year in preparing the ship, and I'll come back to that in a moment, Chair. But the report also provides some background info on the way the ship is normally prepared, such as the partnership work we do with the Hebridean Housing and the Scottish Government, who we work very closely with. The ship is due for submission to the Scottish Government at the end of October this year. And thereafter we would get feedback on the ship early in the next calendar year. The ship normally sets out a range of information. It sets out things like the number of units proposed, the location of the new units, and the tenure type, as well as highlighting the likely amount of Scottish Government funding that would be required in order to make the affordable housing programme work. And as we've discussed earlier in the morning, the ship also refers back to the resource planning assumption, the £43 million that's been made available to the area by the Scottish Government. The report at section 6 provides a breakdown, the annual breakdown of that likely funding that's available to us. So at the moment, work is ongoing with our partners HSP and the Scottish Government in preparing the ship. But like I was saying, there are a number of particular challenges that are having to be considered this year before we can conclude it. So section 7 of the report gives a wee bit more information about that. And section 7.2 in particular has got a number of bullet points of the kind of issues that we're having to deal with in preparing the ship. The first one, and probably the most important one, and again we've discussed this at length this morning, is the resource planning assumption of the £43 million, which is a welcome continuation of the funding we've had since 2017. It's pleasing to see the same level of funding being made available to the area, which works out roughly about £8.5 million a year. However, having to work within the existing parameters for affordable housing is going to make it challenging to maximise the spend. So we're looking at options for trying to do that at the moment, and that includes making contacts with the Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for housing to try and see if there's any flexibility, if any local flexibility that we could get to use a part of the resource planning assumption for innovative housing projects. And again, we've touched on some of these this morning that could be useful to use to try and make this money go further, so to speak. Members will be aware that the way the affordable housing money is allocated is there's a benchmark amount on a per unit basis. So at the moment that is only £82,000 per unit. The rest of the funding has to come primarily from Hebridean Housing and their borrowing, but also from contributions from the council through the Actis funding if required. So that in itself is a challenge as well, the fact that the benchmarks are relatively low. We have been very fortunate to have a good working relationship with the Inverness housing team of the Scottish Government. They've been very supportive to ourselves and Hebridean Housing over many years in increasing that benchmark in order to make housing developments work, particularly in rural areas. And we underway at the moment. The Scottish Government commissioned a study into the benchmark figures to see if they were still suitable. They've been in place for a number of years, so we're understanding that study is just about concluded, so we'll wait and see what the proposed benchmark figures are likely to be. But our understanding from Alacho is the benchmark for an island area is likely to be increased to around about £100,000 per unit. But again, we'll get that confirmed in the not too distant future, hopefully. The other bullet point, the next bullet point that we thought would be useful to make members aware about is the housing needs survey that Hebridean Housing have recently commissioned. The study was carried out over the summer and the results are expected towards the end of September. HSP worked with TIG to carry out this housing needs survey, and every household was sent a survey form. And the survey forms are currently being analysed, and we're looking forward to seeing what the outcome of that will be, and that will obviously have a potential bearing on the ship as well. So again, we'll certainly keep members up to speed with the findings of this survey. The other issue, which this probably affects just about every service the council delivers just now has been the impact of COVID-19. The various periods of lockdown have an impact on the normal process of identifying and assessing land. So we're probably a wee bit behind where we normally are at this stage in having sites available. Members will be aware that once a site is identified, we have a process of kind of feasibility studies to make sure the site is suitable. We do a desktop study, first of all, that's carried out by our colleagues in tech services. And then after that, there's a more detailed feasibility study carried out, which includes physical inspection and investigation of the site. So we haven't been able to do as much of that over the last year because of the limitations imposed by the lockdown. And as we discussed at the homeless item, there's also consideration needed of the Rapid Rehousing Initiative. There's a need for more single-person housing in and around Stornoway, and this might have an impact on the ability to meet the rural-urban split. This would likely only to be for a couple of years in order to satisfy the need through the rapid rehousing process. But like I was saying, it might mean there'll be a focus on Stornoway for 2 apartment houses or 1 apartment houses in order to meet that. And the next bullet point in the report, that sets out a serious concern just now, and the director made reference to this in the performance report there in the meeting, and that's the significant rise in costs for building materials, particularly over the last few months. That's going to have a major impact on the amount of units that could be purchased with the rise there. We know at the moment HSP have informed us of serious concerns they have on 2 rural schemes where tender prices are coming in way higher than expected. And at present, there is concern over whether or not these developments are going to be affordable to take them forward. As well as the rise in raw materials, there's also issues about the supply chain as well for a lot of raw materials used in the building industry. That has led to some delays in the current programme and has also contributed towards the rise in costs that we've previously mentioned. So the section point 2, that sets out probably the main issues we're having to contend with just now in developing the SHIP, but section 7.3 also has a few other ones that we're having to take account of. The first one is the council commitment to 55% rural, 45% urban split in the programme. This goes back to 2017 when the original £25 million was announced. The council took that decision and that was added to the local housing strategy at that time. So the aim is to try and see if we can keep that target, if at all possible. Members will be aware of how important new housing is to stimulate population growth in remote and rural areas. So I think it's very important that we try to keep that if at all possible. We are also looking at the SHIP being used to support opportunities for the delivery of the Comhairle's wider economic development agenda, including things like the island deal. We're also looking at ways where housing can help support population retention and growth initiatives, and also to meet the wider objectives within the Comhairle's local housing strategy. So, Chair, that's the main sort of issues we're having to look at the moment to we develop the SHIP. We're normally a wee further ahead of the game at this stage. We normally have a draft SHIP that we can present to committee, but that's not been possible because of these issues that we're having to deal with. So the report itself, it says it's for noting, but it's also suggesting that delegate authority is given to the director in partnership with the chair of the committee to finalise the SHIP before submitting it to the Scottish Government at the end of October. And I think the chair made reference to the possibility of 1 or 2 MIGs being held between now and the end of October. So that's all I have to say on the report. I'd be happy to get any questions members might have about the process we're going through or any other issues or any more information on the issues that we're having to contend with. Thanks for that, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Watson. You referred to a couple of things here, the government review of the benchmarking figure proposing 100,000 for the islands, which it would have been inadequate even before the escalation in costs. And certainly I would hope that there would be a proper island impact assessment done on that to make sure that we're not disadvantaged to a greater degree by our rurality. The lobbying that was referred to earlier on as well and the letter sent by the leader, subject to a positive response from that may cause an early review of the ship, subject to whatever comes back. So that could be done fairly quickly, I would take, and an early review of it once it's clearer what new options we have to develop. But I think a lot of the discussion in earlier items have picked up on the ship-related matters. Any member, any other? Councillor MacLeod, you want to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, as a member of this committee, I'm kind of concerned that this ship can now be finalised and sent to Scottish Government without the committee actually seeing it. Only, as I referred to earlier, the MOG, potentially, which is not anywhere near the full committee.
No, I think time is an issue there. I did express concern, and that's why I asked officers to arrange for at least 2 MOGs to consider the final development of that. I would be happy to have members who are not part of the MOG to be part of that discussion as well. But it just time is a factor and the deadline that officers have in order to prepare it. But I certainly give an assurance that I asked officers to make sure that we have the widest consultation through the MOG, and I would have an open invitation to other members to have an input into that as well.
Well, certainly welcome that invitation. To make sure. I mean, I don't know what the geographic spread of the MOG is actually. Does it cover all the islands?
It's got a good representation throughout the islands, yes.
I did note that this report has been changed since it was initially loaded onto SharePoint. But initially it did make representation saying that the ship was at Appendix A, but that's kind of been changed since along the line somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it is a dynamic document. It's not something that is set in tablets of stone, and it's regularly reviewed anyway, subject to progressing on the plan. I have no difficulty in it being reviewed more often than that. And we do get reports on the implementation of the ship. In a sense, it's not that there's anything new and revolutionary in the ship. We're constrained by the terms under which we can spend by the current regime, and that's why we want to make that representation to government, to be able to innovate to a greater degree to try and stimulate more housing development. But until we get that an answer to that question back from government, we're not really able to look at incorporating other options into the ship. So it is a continuum really in one sense, and the additional funding is much welcome. But we are constrained, as we said earlier on, by the RSL HHP's ability to deliver on a more extensive programme, and that's been the feedback. So officers have been keen to press them on that, but then at the same time we need to look to government to see if we can get greater flexibility to develop other options.
Yeah.
Director.
I think Mr MacLeod has a legitimate concern there, and as you said, Chair, we will hold meetings of the member officer working group, but we can also share electronic drafts of the ship as it develops to the wider membership, so that all members will be cited on what's happening, and all members will have the opportunity to comment and input on the draft as it develops. So I would hope we will have an electronic sign-off across all members, so that all members have that opportunity.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Convener, and then Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly fully endorse what Councillor MacLeod said, and I do accept the Director's commitment that there will be opportunities, not just in terms of one draft, but any other draft that comes along until the final conclusion. So I think that is very much to be welcomed. In terms of housing and the ability to build housing across the community, I think I'm right in saying that over 70% of land in the Hebrides is under community ownership, and again, the purchase of land for building a house is significant, and I do think we should be encouraging communities that have ownership of the land, if they expect people to continue to live in these communities, particularly young people again, then we should be encouraging that. We should be encouraging community landlords to free up land that is available for housing, both in terms of private housing and also in terms of affordable social housing, because these two streams very much go together. And just to be churlish as well, in terms of the continuation of the 55-45 split, there was an agreement that because of the Gotill development, that was skewed the other way. And I would certainly be hoping that we will redress that and change that, because there was a much higher split going to the Gotill developments rather than the rural housing at that time. And we're not, so I certainly am happy with just going back to what we agreed 8 years ago or thereabouts.
Thank you very much, Convener. In agreeing with you on that, we do have to take cognizance of the fact that if we don't get sufficient land coming along quickly enough, that will be a constraining factor itself in rural areas. So it's important that we all play our part and encourage our community landowners and our local grazing committees to participate and to release land as quickly as possible in order that these early feasibilities can be undertaken. Otherwise, we could be hamstrung by our own policies and end up not being able to draw down the funding by adhering to a split which isn't deliverable in any meaningful way. So, Leader, do you want to comment?
Yeah, just to say that, I guess with the last £25 million tranche, if we hadn't got the Gotill development, we would have been returning money, which would have been unforgivable, really. With this 43 million, this council is undiminished in its enthusiasm to build rurally. We keep trying to get land, and we will continue to keep trying to do it. But again, we will not, by the end of the 5-year period, be anticipating returning funds. So we'll do all we can to spend it. We'll do all we can to spend it rurally. But we do need to keep putting out the message. We do need rural communities. If they want to see people living in these communities, we do need to see them coming forward in partnership so that we can build in these areas. And of course, just as the director was outlining earlier, we have written to the Housing Minister and we're hoping to get flex in there. And I think that flex, almost 100%, would be able to be over and above that the HHP can use. I think we could apply that with our own priorities very much in mind, which would be rural. So, but we need the partnership.
Thank you very much, Leader. Got Councillor Nicholson and then Councillor Macmillan. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank again Mr Watson for the report that's before us. And I totally agree with the comments by our convener in relation to young people and rural housing. And as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, Chair, in the performance report by the Director, the last number of years on that, if my sums are right, though I wasn't very good at sums as such, but 89 houses in the rural area and over 180 around the kind of Stornoway area. That does not go anywhere near the 55 to split that we agreed for rural areas. If we're going to develop the rural areas, Chair, we need to be making 3-bedroom houses available in the rural areas for families. I know we have challenges in Stornoway on that, but Stornoway, the centre on that, it's actually going to have issues the next number of years of parking and other issues, and especially with the new legislation that comes on parking and payments and that, and to put more in the town centre, and that is going to create 1 or 2 problems living in the town centre. I know the situation in regards to that, but I want to focus in on the rural housing and places like Harris to kind of be supporting that from the economic side as well. We know the issue down there. We know the information about businesses and that not being able to house or got the opportunity of houses and that. We really have to get more percentage. In fact, I would be suggesting, Chair, that it's increased to 60-40 because of the last number of years as such, that the rural areas have not got the developments that they need. So I will be supporting very, very clearly the aspect of more decentralisation of houses into rural areas of the Western Isles and building family homes as such. We really need to reverse that. And I take on board the point that the leader made in regards to not putting back any money on the Gotil development. Well, this is a new 5 years. Let's get the development of bigger houses, if you like to put it, family houses in rural areas, and start revitalising these areas so that they will be there in years to come. Because if we bring everything into Ballymannick or Stornoway or Tarbert, the rural areas will not be there in 10, 15 years.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Macmillan, Councillor Steele, and then Councillor McLean. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you, Chairman. I was looking at the resource planning assumption at 6.4, and the council leader took a text in it there that we wouldn't be able to spend all of that through the RSL provider. So that in itself means that there is a disconnect between the ability to provide what we want. There is a desire in the chamber here to have the housing in the rural areas and in Stornoway as well, but there's an inability through, or for various reasons, by the RSL to provide that spending. And I won't go into the details of what we talked about at the moment, because it's not written in the report. But the issue there is, what proportion can we take from the essentially 9 or 10 million per year and put aside, and if we could put that to a form of the rebooted Crofting grant and loan as though it were council, could that be included in the report or the request of the Scottish Government?
I think Councillor McMillan, that's exactly what was being suggested in getting flexibility from government, but at the moment we're unable to do that. And it's also, I think, important to reflect that it's not our assessment that HHP wouldn't be able to deliver. That comes from HHP themselves. So that forces us into addressing this and referring it back to government to say, if you want us to spend this money, you need to give us the flexibility, because our RSL has only capacity to deliver £30 million over that programme. And if we're any prospect of drawing down that money, you need to give us that flexibility. I think that was the kind of the basis of it. Leader.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. Okay, fine. Yeah, just to clarify, that's the case. We decided, as soon as we heard about this money coming forward, we decided to ascertain exactly what HHP's position was, and we also decided to ascertain what the local building market resource was and capability. We've done that. We put all that together. We're collecting ideas from various housing developers, including the group led by McNeil Hughes, and we're putting all that to government, and we're trying to get that flex. HHP have stated what their position is. So we're clear on that. So there is no debate around that in terms of the government. So right now, at this minute, we cannot do anything about that. The suggestions that Councillor Macmillan has there are all part of the mix that we're putting in. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're putting our case to government to say, we want to use every penny of this. This is the way we think we can do it. So that's exactly where we're at the minute.
Yeah, thank you very much, Leader. Councillor Steele, I think you were next in the queue. Maybe if somebody could put their microphone off.
Could I come back later on, Chairman, help with this up just now? Thank you.
Well, if it's a follow-on, if you want to just finish your point, then.
Looking at 3.1b, after what the director said, that would need to be changed anyway. But I was going to suggest a further amendment that, as well as the chair and vice chair of this committee, that the chair of the Euston Barra Housing Group also be part of that to try and move or influence how the ship is being developed. And if that could be seconded, or with your own approval. Could that
I have no difficulty, and as members of the council, their input is as relevant as the fact that they're associated with another body. They can have the strength of that behind them as well. But given the director has indicated that we can do an iterative electronic circulation of it and take on board the comments that members have, I'm happy that be done, so it's not just the chair or vice chair and director who take responsibility for it, but we're all content with its development.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that.
Councillor Steele.
Thank you, Chair. Paul Steele, South Coast Edskey, Bar and Battersea. You touched on it yourself earlier. It was about the benchmarking costs, and I was interested to hear from Ian about the review that may go up to 100,000. As you also touched on that, we wouldn't have come close to covering what was needed for a lot of our projects. You also mentioned the islands impact assessment. Probably, it's going to have to be done on the review. I just want to make the point that the islands impact is not necessarily the islands chain. It should be done on individual islands as well.
Thank you very much for that. I entirely agree with that, because it can be quite different. And we've found out with the cost escalator increasing as we move southwards through their own island chain as well. Councillor McLean.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, just alluding to what the convener said about the fact that a lot of land now is under community landlord. And that is actually the case. One of the biggest community land courts happens to be the Stornoway Trust, and they have given a considerable amount of land for development. But the problem with that is that it's land. Most of that land is under crofting tenure, as you know, and as we know. That then becomes difficult. And that's why the leader alluded to grazing committees being brought on side, because there are some grazing committees which are not. We have problems with getting land from grazing committees, and that is a problem. And really, I can see the problem there. The point that I would like to notice is 7.2, the second bullet point, where it says the Hebridean Housing Partnerships housing needs that have carried out a survey from and over the summer, and it's not due until September. Is there any other? If I'm not aware of, there's been some surveys in Harris, and I don't know if Councillor Mitchell has any, but I think there been some surveys in Harris. Harris, as Councillor Nicholson pointed out, is a key place where there is a great housing need there, and there is developments there as well. And I'm all for the split, and that's why. Has there been other housing needs surveys done by HHP? And why are we waiting on this one when there are surveys that we can still act upon from bodies like the used forum, I like the Harris forum, that they could be acting, that HHP could be acting upon, rather than waiting for that? Surely we don't have to wait for this one to come to fruition in September.
Director, do you want to?
Thanks, Chair. I don't think we're actually waiting for it to come to fruition. We're just noting that it is there and is something that HHP is considering. So, we await with interest to see what it says, and we'll take on board, what it says in there. But there have been a number of community-based surveys done. I'm aware of various surveys in North Uist and South Uist, which show considerable demand for housing. We've also been discussing with the Uist Young People's Group, and there are a number of mechanisms that show quite considerable demand. The other area that we identified demand from is through various sectors of the economy. So, visitor accommodation, hotel, need for staff and staff accommodation. In Harris was mentioned earlier. There's a similar situation in Uist, and we're aware of other sectors in the economy which are looking for staff accommodation. Now, that type of accommodation may not necessarily be affordable housing solutions as through this programme. So again, that is another reason why we need that discussion with government to give us that flexibility to bring in different types of solution out with the type of solution that the registered social landlord may see as appropriate. So there are a mix of things out there that we have to take into consideration, including the HHP survey, including the various other community surveys, but we're not waiting for the HHP survey to that extent.
Thank you very much, Director. I know that if we were to take a straw poll of how many within this chamber completed the survey, for their own households, we may find some interesting answers to that. I've been quite critical of the survey in that I don't feel it does identify the demand that is in our communities that's going to come to fruition over the coming years, and where a householder who was already housed was asked to complete it, but any other members of the household had to complete another questionnaire, and some were maybe minded not to do that because they didn't see it, most of it as relevant to them. So I think we'll treat with caution whatever comes from that survey, but we await the analysis with interest anyway. But I think it does come with a cautionary note, I think, in terms of the real demand that's out there. Councillor Mitchell, and then finally Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. John Mitchell, Harrison, South Lochs. I mean, I share the concerns as been aired by Councillor Nicholson and the convener, I'm sure many others, about the way it seems to be year on year. We'll look at these SHIP figures and they're never achieved, and we just slide from one year to the next. I take Charlie's point of view that we're talking about 55-45, maybe to redress the balance. We need to be moving to 60-40, who knows? I mean, I was asked if those who were at the MAUG will recall, I was asked for an overview when we were doing a Teams thing on MAUG about Harris. I felt I was just saying the same thing over and over again that I've said on so many occasions. And the thrust of what I was saying was that I don't think we can really, I mean, we've all heard the anecdotal stories of these places in Chillerbost and Horgabost and Luscantar going for £200,000 to £300,000, which is, not just beyond anybody in local people, it's way, way beyond. And the point of the matter is, I don't think it's feasible to interfere easily with market forces. And the point I made at the MAUG, if you recall, was that the situation is very much land orientated. If we could perhaps, and to be fair, Chair, you did proactively send out requests to all the grazing committees. I know that as I'm the clerk of the one in Dairycleach, and presumably the North Harris Trust and the West Harris Trust. And that was good, and that was proactive. But I've got no feedback from that, and it would be useful it'd be useful to find out how many grazing committees in Harris, for example, bothered to respond to you. I did. It would be useful to find out what the response entailed. One of the things I try to do is I've contacted various grazing committees throughout the islands to find out what is a reasonable amount of money to be considered for a young family on common grazing, say, because these families have got no chance whatsoever. Very few people in Harris, young, middle-aged or whatever, have any chance of affording some of these obscene property prices that we're looking at in Harris. So my question is, it would be useful if there was some feedback from yourself, Chair, about what were the results from that survey that you did, because I do believe that land is the critical thing. I mean, I brought this up at a North Harris Community Council meeting just the other day, and somebody made the point, well, that would be a tremendous start, but of course on top of that you've got the ever escalating costs of building materials. Now, I think it was already mentioned that perhaps we could look at a kind of one-off fund situation to support that, to perhaps reduce the price. But it's the actual overall cost of land that's the real issue. And I'm sure we've all been following the Luscantar pod situation, whereby people are snapping up that, fooling the Crofting Commission into believing they're actually going to do crofting and or some degree of diversification that's accepted. And the next thing, they're putting planning in for 12 glamping pods. Now, as I say, from my own personal point of view, I think on behalf of the other two Harris councillors, we're pleased that, under duress, the guy withdrew the planning permission. But I go back to what I said before. I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over again. I'm even boring myself by repetition. it's a land issue, and we really have to try and address that in the first instance. I mean, I know in Jerry Cleach and Kinjabig there are a number of common grazing plots that we've already moved to offer to young families, and we're looking at more. I think that the North and West Harris Trusts have to be perhaps pushed a little bit harder from the council, from the CNH committee and so on. But as I say, my bottom line is I would quite like to see what you found out from your communication with them.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I think Mary Ann Graham did give an early feedback. I can't remember, was it to the MOG or to the committee? There was a higher level of response from grazing committees. A number of them saying that no, thank you very much, but no, we're not interested in any further release of land for housing development. And a significant number did not reply. So it was a mixed bag. There was certainly a higher level of interest in the questionnaire than previous years, but in some ways it's still disappointing. I mean, we can talk as much as we like in here, unless our grazing committees and our community landlords are minded to support us in this. And if the land doesn't become available, we can't build the houses. I mean, it's a sad fact. Director, do you want to comment? I think can somebody, I'll come back to you, Councillor Murray, and apologies, I didn't pick up Councillor Crichton and Councillor MacDonald earlier on. I'll pick you up just before we finish.
Just to build on what you were saying there, Chair, yes, we've had a response back from a number of grazing committees, but there's other grazing committees that haven't responded. And the response is mixed, I think, to be fair. You know, some saying they're not interested in land for housing, others wanting to engage. So we're in a process of engagement with them at the moment. And what we'll do over the next couple of weeks, we'll collate the feedback we've got to date. And again, we'll share that around with members. And I agree more or less 100% with what Councillor Mitchell was saying about land. The only caveat is I put the word credible in front of land. So it has to be credible land for building on. So we have had in the past offers of land from a range of different, parts of the island, which is impossible to build on. It's so far away from services. It is on rock, it is in bog, and it is impossible to build on. So yes, land, but it has to be credible land for building as well.
Thank you very much. And apologies, Councillor Murray, if you want to come in now, and I'll come to Councillor Crichton and Councillor MacDonald after that.
Thank you very much, Chair, and listen to the discussion. It's very, very good. The letter that the leader sent to the Housing Minister has been cited a few times, and it's very important, of course, to try and get that flexibility in terms of innovation, maybe island solutions to island problems. So is a letter enough, Chair? Would you consider even a delegation going down to see the Housing Minister, maybe from HHP and the Comhairle, to present to him such as the importance of this issue? Yeah,
I think we've yet to get a response to that initial letter. If further dialogue, and I think members and the leader would be more than happy to hightail it down to Edinburgh if they were to get an opportunity to do so. I think we're just waiting at that initial response at the moment, and all of these points were really put very clearly that we needed that flexibility and we needed that discussion. And I don't know if Mr. Barr, do you want to come in on that?
Thank you, Chair. We have arranged a meeting with Shona Robinson, the Cabinet Secretary, with responsibility for housing, just to follow up the leader's letter, and that will take place in early October. I can't remember the exact date. If that obviously requires further representations, we will make these, but we will report back to members following that meeting.
Thank you very much. I think we just about made that out, Mr. Barr. I don't know if you've got a problem with your throat, or is it the microphone that's failing us there? But I take it that we've had a positive response, and that meeting will take place in October, and so we certainly look forward to that. I'm sure we will get feedback from the leader once that takes place. I think Councillor Crichton, is it?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of your committee. It was just a similar request in terms of feedback from that survey about the grazing committees, because in our own area in Tongue and Upper Call, the grazing committees have been very proactive in identifying land for building. But I was wanting to come back to the points about making the strategy and the funding more flexible, and bringing the crofting element into that's really important, because the current crofting grant scheme is not reaching its potential and is failing. We found out last week that there are huge underspends year on year, and that those underspends aren't carried forward. They're disappearing into a black hole. So it's not reaching the people it should be, and the uplift is very, very low. And there's been very little promotion of it from the government, unfortunately. So I think we have to look again how that, how we try and build homes on crofting land in another way. And I think we need to follow up on why those underspends are not being carried forward to boost the current scheme as it is at present.
Thank you very much. I think you're being very restrained in your comments and not reaching its potential. I think it's a euphemism for it ain't working, and it needs to be properly addressed. And if it's to be abandoned and there's one scheme and they put the monies that were identified for crofted housing and channeled it through this general housing, I think that would be one step. But government seems reluctant to consider these as a collective strategy and insist on it being one is rural affairs and the other is a housing division matter. But yes, I'm entirely agree with you. It's not working and it needs to be fundamentally looked at again. Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not a member of the committee. Norrie MacDonald, Skerrow. All of the points that have been raised, I think, are as valid as they were 4 years ago when I joined the Comhairle. We have issues with housing, and arbitrating 55 to 45 splits will make no difference at all to what people want, the types of housing we build and where we build them. I think it's a socio-economic factors come into play as well. And quite often when you build outside in the rural community, the very first thing people want to do is put their name on a transfer list to move in within the Stornoway area again. We have to make the right decisions on what we build in the rural communities. And I think building for first-time buyers and building the right kind of houses. Not everybody wants to live in a built-up area. If we have the flexibility to build the houses that people want and first-time buyers want, I think we need to investigate these things. And we have the issues as well with building in rural communities and at the same time paring back the bus services, etc., which was a necessity because they weren't being used. We have all these factors coming into play, so we have to be able to make the right choices. Tourism is a huge thing as well, and development, and particularly with reference to Harris, with no housing at all freely available for people to come in who want to work in the economy in Harris. That's providing a huge issue and stifling growth as well. So we have to take all these factors into consideration. And Councillor Mitchell raised the point, fooling the Crofters Commission. Well, I don't think it would take much to fool a Crofters Commission that thinks that somebody who's buying a £200,000 croft is going to regenerate that money or recoup that money through sheep subsidies or half a hundredweight of potatoes. Now, if you think that for a second, then you're obviously easily fooled. The issues primarily, I think, are to do with land, and we need to have conversations, grown-up conversations, with landowners, trusts, the Comhairle, the Crofting Commission, possibly the Tourism Board as well. And Callum, the director, alluded to that conversation. I would like to see a date for a conversation where the big players in this economy of ours sit around the table and discuss what's happening with our economy and what can be done to drive the factors. We need local solutions for our local issues. We have issues with planning regulations as well. We're bound by Scottish planning regulations, which I don't think are bespoke enough for our particular needs. Same probably with housing as well. We need our own solutions for our own issues, and I think we need to sit around a table and demand that we get them.
Thank you very much, Councillor MacDonald. That's, I think, exactly the reason the letter was sent, in order that we, having identified what the blockages are, will be given the flexibility to address the problem, in particularly in the rural areas. So welcome these comments. I think we've given that a fair shout. I don't think there's anyone else waiting to come in. There will be, as we refer. Oh, John A. McKeever, Councillor McKeever.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a member of the committee, but regarding grazing committees, possibly the reason that you haven't had some replies is there are many grazing committees in abeyance at the moment. So maybe it's worth trying to find out if that's the reason why some have not replied.
Apologies for that, Councillor McKeever. I was just distracted there for a moment.
Yeah, I was just saying that there are some grazing committees in abeyance at the moment, so that's a possibility that you haven't had replies from some.
Yeah, thank you very much. That is very true. But we've also had some negative responses from grazing committees as well, which was disappointing. Leader.
Just on that, finally on that note, I think it's incumbent on us all as council members in our own districts and areas to see if we can engage with these committees too, grazing committees or whatever, because nobody knows their own local area other than the local member, and although we're writing to them, it might just help. And if you can put these people together with Colleen McKeever, our director, that'll be great. Okay.
Thank you, Leader. Okay, I think we've drawn that one to a close. There will be further discussions through the member officer working group, and we will have electronic circulation of the evolution of the draft of the SHIP, as the director has indicated as well. So that report is there for noting, is it? For oh no, it's there for approval. With the changes that we just referred to, Mr. Mackay, I don't know if you want to talk about.
Do you want me to include that wording as an additional recommendation in there that following consideration by the Communities and Housing MOUG, and that drafts of the SHIP will be circulated to elected members for comments.
Yeah.
And then new recommendation C would be authorise the Director for Communities in consultation with the Chair and Chair to finalise the SHIP.
Are you happy with that, committee?
Chair, just to ask whether anything is going to happen in terms of the ratio between housing in the Stornoway housing management area and the rural communities based on the work that's been done at Comhairle and the impact that that's had on housing. Is that something?
I think it's a fair comment, fair question to ask. I think I'll be cautious about making any firm recommendations at the moment until we know what flexibility we've got to develop other housing alternatives, because we are constrained by HHP's ability to deliver at 30 million over the period of the programme, and there's another 12-14 million pounds that we need to get flexibility on before we can really tackle these other solutions at a rural level. But as you know, I am entirely supportive of the positive priority in favour of rural areas, but I would be cautious about being too firm on it yet. Until we see what flexibility we've got.
Yeah, thanks for that, Chair. And I accept what you're saying there, but the reality is we as a council made a decision some 2 years ago in terms of the Comhairle development, and I do think that we need to redress that so that HHP or whoever else is going to be building houses are clear that is part of the mechanism. Now, we agreed to do it on that basis. As a council, and I think we should stick by it.
I'm quite happy with that we have that, but as I say, I feel we're slightly premature in coming to proposing any changes on it yet until we know the consequences of that change, because one of the consequences could potentially be that we're not able to draw down anything like the money because the land is not becoming available, or flexible schemes have not been agreed by government that can help us to extend that 30 million that HHP are indicating they can deliver on. But happy with that we do look at prioritising to a greater degree, as you suggest. Director, do you want to get a comment?
I would suggest, Chair, that we maintain the default position of 55-45 at the moment until, as you suggest, we've had the discussion with government and we've finalised the discussions with HHP. We will then know what the level of flexibility is, and as we're developing the iterations, if there's flexibility at our own hand, then there's the possibility of us increasing that percentage split as we're better sighted on, for the government, is going to hopefully give us flexibility around.
Thank you very much, Terry. I think the wishes of members is quite clear that we maximise the investment in rural areas, but having maximised that, we need to be mindful that we don't reduce our ability to draw down funding as well.
Just very briefly, the last word I'm going to have on this at this stage is that were it not for the Gotill development, we would be have been creating housing on the 65-45 split, which had previously been agreed.
Yes, and also had it not been for the Gotill development, we wouldn't have been able to draw down anything like the funding, of course, as well. So there's two sides to that as well. Okay, thank you, members. Mr.
Yeah, just one thing. I mean, I was fully in support of the positive discrimination towards the rural areas, and still am. The only thing is, I would suggest that we do need to keep the flexibility, because that was presumably agreed for the 5-year programme, and it's possible that in the first year you might have to build more than the 50% or the 45%. Because it's got to be done when it's got to be done. So that's why I would be in favour of the flexibility, although not strain over the 5-year period.
Yeah, it is a target over the whole programme. That's quite correct.
And could I ask if the Education Committee is meeting at 2 o'clock?
After the licensing board.
I'll need to speak to the clerk and chair of the licensing board to see whether.
Just before we do it, can we just formally conclude the agenda item? It's just really the report's outstanding. It's there for noting, and the next scheduled meeting of the committee will be on the 30th of November. Thank you all for your contributions and.
Education will start at 2:15. Give members a chance for a break. Yeah, that's
okay.
Thanks, Chair.